Greetings everybody. What a tumultuous day. Welcome on in. My name is Coinstamp. Most people know me as Coin, and welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I'm going to be crying some tears after this week, let me tell you what. Hopefully we're all doing well in body and mind today, and I hope we all enjoy our stay. Before we get started, let me go ahead and just flash the appreciation placards on the screen right now. As soon as I can get my finger on it. Here we are. Already updated and refreshed. We don't have any current subscribers, Patreon members, or one-off contributors, but I would like to thank people who have subbed in the past and who have made one-off contributions in the past as well. I would like to thank Mr. Rasby for being a continuing Valkyrie tier member over on the Coffee website. Much appreciated, good sir. Please do enjoy all the benefits that come with a Coffee membership. Outside of that, why don't we play the camera mini game, yeah? Right there? Yeah, right there. That looks good. Oh. Let me tell you what. There's nothing quite like having an internet outage and, a service-wide outage here in the lovely two-state area I'm part of. Not much has changed since last time. Welcome on in, everybody. Get seated, get comfortable. Let's do a little bit of a recap as to what happened last time, shall we? Last time on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, we finished off the maze. We went through the depths. We did some, we got the light route. I still have yet to map this region, but I'm going to do so real soon so we know what we can come back and kind of look at later. But for the time being, are we ready to are we ready to go into a new region, everybody? I'm going to run things a little bit differently today. Normally, we're still going to get the tower as expected, but normally, we would take our time, see the sights. But this region is very special, because this, for those that are, veterans of what happened in Breath of the Wild, this is where the Lost Woods are. And the Gloomy Forest, where we did our Master Sword trials at. How could I ever forget that? We're going to learn some really unfortunate mishaps happened today here in this region. And we're going to have to go about things out of order. In prep for this, I did make up some food, some stamina elixirs. We still have some leftover food, some hardy elixirs. I made some gloom specific food if we need that. I've also made enduring food if we need that. And some haste elixirs as well. Now we're not going to immediately start off by, doing things out of order. We're going to do things correctly first. But we might as well get creative with where we start, right? Why not start in the sky? So our goal is to make it to the tower. That's first things first. I'm also trying not to spoil a whole bunch of stuff all at the same time, so forgive me if that forgive me if I'm being a bit vague on purpose. I promise it is intentional, but I promise it is not to mislead. Let's see if I can't find a way to yeah, so our goal is past we can't really see it because of where we are, but it's right over here. This is Thyphlo Isle. Let me put a marker by it, actually. Yeah, this is Thyphlo Isle. This is where we want to start at. We got to be careful. We're still in the high grav environment, and it is still cold. Eventually, it'll be less cold, and then it'll be less of a problem. But until then, things are just gonna get a little bit tricksy. And this was what, like, even though my intention with the elixirs was not to use them here, you know, we have them. We could use them here if we want. Look, you see that right over there? That island with a tower? That's exactly where we want to be. It's right over there. And we have, Tulin to help us out the whole time. Isn't that just fantastic? Let's make sure that my chats are working. They appear to be working. I can see them. Okay, our elixirs are what? Let's use this one first. Kind of graduate up as we need them. Ooh, it's actually warmer. Good. I was worried we were going to have to wear that the whole time. We're not going to really be able to go that whole distance. We got a long way to go. But I'm really excited to present the Thyphlo region to you guys today. There's a lot of good stuff to be had here. I mean that sincerely. They're just, ooh, look at all that gloom. My goodness. That is not a look I thought I would, Ooh, we made, like, some very potent ones. It's fine. We'll use this one. Look at all that nasty, like, black stuff. What is that? If it's gloom, it's, like, the weirdest color of gloom I've ever seen. And if we're lucky, we might be able... Yeah. We might be able to even make it up here. Oh, this looks like this might be guarded by machines. Welcome on in, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, good sir, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, well, that's not correct. That's gonna be a problem. You've come in just in time. We just got our start, and we have, officially gone into a new region. Mr. Coin, mark directly under the Thyphlo Ruins Tower in the depths. Sure. Let's get that here. I'll put a pin there. Yeah, I think I've got a pretty good idea of what you're asking for. Oh. Good morning. So we meet again, eh? Sorry, the Skyview Tower is out of order. Maintenance is proving tricky. What's wrong? Well, the terminal that starts up the Skyview Tower isn't working. I've checked all the terminal's parts, but nothing looks broken. Aww. I wonder if it's something to do with the tower itself. I wonder if something to do with the tower itself is broken. Maybe. Well, possibly. Let's kind of take a look around. Let's see what we can find, if anything. Base of the tower looks fine. There are these weird, like, platform islands with a absolute, you know, crap ton of enemies on them. We triggered one on the way down, actually. Okay, but maybe this platform is how we're gonna get our good start on this. I do, for folks just coming in, I do apologize for the lateness today. I am less than enthused by what happened today. Essentially, for some unknown reason, our ISP had a service outage. Just straight up service outage. So I know it's badly damaged. Should be able to, like, make the landing, though. Right up here. Alright, we're gonna get you. Ideally without, you know, too much of a problem. What do we want to use here? Let's go big and powerful. Are you serious? Oh, it can just do a 360 swivel, huh? That's fine. Tulin, I was gonna be real upset with you if you'd knocked some stuff over. But outside of that, I'm doing fine. Mr. Jason asks, how's the wonderful Mr. Coin today? Outside of that little snafu with the internet service provider, I am fine. Had a nice, good conversation with my folks, who also had to deal with the same outage I did, because it wasn't just like a internet service outage, right? Like they're a bunch of TV watchers. Nah, the whole modem just wasn't working. So we were all chatting it up. And like people in a couple neighborhoods over were also experiencing the same service outage, so it was really bad. Like something on the main line definitely got tampered with. That's our best guess. But I'm nourished. I had a Philly steak sub with extra meat and cheese. From Firehouse Subs that my dad had that. I had a different sandwich yesterday, but he apparently only ate half his and offered the rest to me, so I had that. Very scrumptious. But it's definitely not clean eating, because that's what happens when you stuff extra meat and cheese and stuff. Yeah, the stuff tends to spill out of the sandwich. And then other than that, you know, I'm gearing up for the client job on Saturday. That is a done deal. But my client job this weekend shouldn't affect any streams. It'll only affect, like, real-world obligations that I otherwise have. Mr. Jason goes on to say, I got my copies of Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2 today. And on Saturday, you're seeing your real-life friends, so good weekend. Yeah, anyone got any exciting plans for the weekend? I wish I could say I had exciting plans for the weekend. My plans consist of going over to my client's house Saturday morning, and then not being home until sometime that, you know, Sunday afternoon. So my plans are do my job, basically. Okay, this is like the next one. Yes, I know you see me. I'm gonna make sure you don't see me anymore. And we can use the other one, because I'm pretty sure yeah, it's just a simple Zonai block. You didn't see the blockage on top of the, on top of the tower there, good sir. Yeah, I'm willing to bet you did. If I know what I could do. I could attach a balloon to this, and, or I could attach some rockets or some fans. I'm trying to think of how best I want to do that. Let's say 5 balloons. We need to use these things anyway. Let's see. What? And some are gonna fall over. That's fine. Then we're gonna light it up. It's a literal Zonai block. Starting off strong today, huh, Mr. Jason? Tis the weekend after all. Oh, of course. Really? Really? Wow. Is anything gonna go right? Now I'm forced to put rockets on this. I guess I could use fans, but I really want to save my fans for something important. or for like making vehicles. I don't need rockets for all that much. They're a great propulsion device for sure, but I'm sorry, what? But I glued it to the thing. Huh? Oh, you know what it is? It's the glue is actually blocking the is actually blocking the rocket doing its job. There we go. It didn't have to get that complicated. I just spent 5 balloons and 2 rockets over nothing. It's fine. All right, Bolson. You could, or not Bolson, I'm sorry. It would be Bilson. Close. Bilson. You can do your job now. The terminal. It's working again, even though I didn't do anything. Yeah, you had a Zonai blockage. I had to go clean that up for you. That'll be 500 rupees as a service charge, please. Huh? There was something blocking the top of the Skyview Tower. The terminal and the lid on top of the tower are connected. So if the lid wouldn't work because it was blocked, I guess the terminal wouldn't work either. Well, I'm in a hurry and everything seems to be working properly, so I'll head out. Thank you for fixing the Skyview Tower. I'm off. This did need Bilson to be here for the record, but it's fine. Let's activate the tower. You need to try that now, Mr. Coin? I'm 99% sure that the glue on the bottom of the rocket wouldn't affect it. It's possible that since I was gluing it to the top of the floating steel platform, right? The exhaust had nowhere to go on top of the platform, so it didn't do anything. I don't know. I'm trying to use real-world logic for video games. It doesn't always work. Let's grab our tower and go from there, shall we? I'll let you know my findings. Very well, Mr. Jason. Here's to hoping that whatever happened was a fluke, huh? I'm glad to be seeing this cutscene again, I'll tell you that. I know it's stuff we've seen before, but when you've gone a long time without seeing it, it can be a pretty refreshing experience. We have mapped the surface, and we have mapped sky. The important part was sky. So now what I can do is we can map... We are going to do the shrines and Korok seeds in sky first. And there are also some challenges we can do in sky as well while we're here. So we are going to tackle that. Right, it's sky. So if you guys want to follow along as we are collecting all of the Korok seeds, doing all the shrines, and completing all of the quests. For those of you on Twitch, you can type in !TOTK MAP if you would like the what on earth is going on with this Korok seed? Okay, weird. I'm gonna put a mark there anyway. Why can I not put a pin there? Video game, you're being unhelpful. Whatever. For those of you on YouTube, you can type in *TOTK MAP if you would like that same map. Courtesy of Mr. NK, he worked quite hard to point me in the direction of this map, and our ability to find Koroks would be heavily stunted without him. So I do give thanks to him for pointing me in the direction of this map. It's been a godsend. It has lots of cool search capabilities. You can filter things by region. It's really cool. He made a point to let you know. He sure did. I think I haven't gone. I haven't. It's been a while since I've sure jammed someone else over, you know, like a punchline or a pun. Usually, I'm sure jamming myself these days. Ooh, are there gonna be other golden apples? I saw one. I'm glad I made this nice little pit stop, but I think that's the only golden apple. It's fine. I'll probably do a little bit of golden apple farming this weekend while I'm over at the client's house, because need something to do, and you can't always you can only spend so much time cleaning every surface and so on. Yes, video game, I'm glad that you're letting me know about the shrine. Trust me, I know it's there. But thank you. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way, and we are going to put in 5 large charges. Really, I only need about 30 of these at any one time. That's like a reasonable amount of large charges. If I collect more, it's to put into dispensers like this. Shock emitter, a zonine device that shoots a shocking bolt from its horn when struck. Oddly, only the horn conducts the bolt. The rest of the head is safe to hold. Lights, steering sticks. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I realize we're taking a commercial break, not even half an hour into the stream. That was the 5-minute warning for said commercial break, by the way. I'm trying to keep everything synchronous to the best of my ability. So we're taking that break early to keep things relatively on schedule. If you guys like this content and had considered, you know, subscribing to YouTube or following on Twitch already, please consider doing so. I have a Google Calendar that you guys can use to keep up with my schedule. I also have a Discord in which, if there are changes to my schedule or routine, you guys are usually the first ones to know of it. Mr. Jason, if you happen to be here, and you're not busy doing your field tests, would you be so kind as to, you've read my mind, good sir. Thank you very much. I'll go ahead and do the same on YouTube. It is a little tight-knit community. It's small, it's quiet. If you guys like quiet discords, you'll love it. I keep meaning to put food pictures in there. I'm gonna do that after today. Yeah, if you guys want to, you know, help keep up with the content and everything, the Discord and my Google Calendar are the best ways to do that. Because what you see on Twitch and YouTube are, you know, visible indicators and guidelines at best. We do take commercial breaks at the top of every hour. There will be a timer and a screen switch that happens at the top of the hour. It'll last for 3 minutes. I highly encourage everybody to get up and stretch and, you know, get away from their desk or their phone for a bit. And, you know, the commercial break will be over faster than you think. It's 3 minutes long. The length is not only for you, but for me as well. Because I need to be able to get up and stretch my legs, and 90 seconds isn't doing it. So I structure things this way so that there is as little FOMO as possible. I highly, highly recommend everybody get on board with that structure. But I'm not your parent. I won't tell you what to do. Other than that, you know, if you're running an ad blocker, I suppose you won't notice anything either. But that's also totally fine. Either way, let me read chat messages here. Mr. Jason says, while not guaranteed, I have noticed that if you warp to a shrine in a cave and want to get above it, sometimes you climb on top of the shrine and that uses send. That usually works. Understood. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, wow, I'm shocked. I have 0 rockets. You know, if you find other ways to traverse, you really don't need rockets for all that much. Then you go on to say, Mr. Coin highly encourages people to get up from their desks in the break, and when you return is always highly anticipated by Mr. Jason. You're such a spinster, but let's find our good friend, the shrine crystal, you know, ideally before the break, but I get the feeling that I won't make it to the break. Alright, you want me to go down there and fight the thing, huh? Fight the thing. It's clobbering time. Something along those lines? Marvel slash DC probably has a fighting game, and it probably has the thing. Out of all of the Fantastic Four, the Thing, Mr. Thing, is the most, the best one to put in a fighting game, in my personal opinion. And then Mr. Fantastic himself would be like, runner-up. And then it's kind of a tie between the Human Torch and the Invisible Woman, so to speak. But we'll have to deal with this fight after the commercial break. So sorry about that. I'm sure this was a riveting track to listen to the entire time from the entirety of the commercial break. I am back. Welcome back to everybody coming back as well. Why don't we get to cleaning up this flux construct, eh? It has what I need. Well, hello there, Mr. Coin. Well, hello there, Mr. Bear Type. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well, good sir, in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are in the midst of the Thyphlo region. We are in a new region. We are finally ready to, we're slowly closing in on the Eldin region. Slowly. It took us a while, but it took us like a couple of months, but we're finally closing up on a new stage. We're not quite there yet, but we're getting there. I could taste the smoke from the Eldin Mountains, so to speak. How have things been for you, Mr. Bear Type, in your little slice of terra firma, if and you don't mind my, asking? Let's go ahead and do this. Oh, careful. No, don't even think about that. There. Not hard. Mr. Bear Type says I did the Eldin things already. Right now you're at the Zora Temple? Awesome. The water temple, right? I'm sure that's fun. Bear Type says, been alright? Nothing special, I guess? I mean, that's better. I mean, not having special things happen is not necessarily a bad thing in and of itself, eh? If it's not special and it's ordinary, you know, your life is stable. Your life is stable. It's predictable. You know what to expect. That's not a bad thing to have at all. What might, sometimes things being mundane is a good thing. Although, Beer Type goes on to say, I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom too much in the last month. I've been playing some other games. Oh, do tell. What other sorts of games? I've seen, snippets of notices on the Discord and everything, but I've kind of been focused on my own life at the moment. So at most it's like, oh, I know something has happened, but I don't exactly know what. So I'm always curious. Plus it's a good, we can swap stories, right? Okay. The game wants us to staple a bunch of rockets to this and head out over there. But I'm not sure what it wants us to do other than that. So I think I am going to... The problem is I don't want to break convention either. Deltarune just finished. Nice. And Final Fantasy VII, the remake if you care. Remake is just as good as the original. I do not... they're both good games. I have no problem with that. Okay, so how do we want to do this? The platform floats. Oh, but it would help if we didn't have any loose objects on it. So since you finished Deltarune, how was it? Be as spoilery or spoiler-free as you want. I don't think that, I know the Deltarune and the Undertale community is, really quite something else when it comes to the way the game is kind of supposed to be played, and about spoilers, because I know people are real ornery about that with Undertale. Beer Type asks, how has Tears of the Kingdom been in the meantime? haven't been here when you streamed again. Yeah, I believe last time we were, we were in, you know, like a column, you know, still wrapping some stuff up in Hebra, right? Like, that's what we were doing. We hadn't quite yet, like, we were kind of bouncing back and forth, doing this and that. Yeah, since the last time you've been here, you know, we went and completely mapped out the Pikida region, including the depths, and I've got some things, you know, marked down for later and everything. We're not totally done with Pikida, but we've at least got the region completely visible, and I could show it off at a later date, which is good. It's exciting to finally be somewhere fresh for a change. Bear Type says Deltarune is awesome. We'll want to try Undertale in the near future. And you go on to say, yeah, you're aware of the Undertale community things. If you're planning on like streaming or recording that, Mr. Bear Type, bear in mind that the Undertale community is like real. It can be real demanding about what kinds of things you should be shooting for, with the game. Like, real picky about that. So you're gonna have to put your foot down if you wanna, especially if you stream it, you're really gonna have to put your foot down, with that and not let people make demands of you. Also, you got to the 50% Koroks mark. Yes, sir. 54% of them, if you could believe that. Okay. Thank goodness this floats. So we can, like... I have to, like, keep our weight a little bit stable. Let's see. It's like this. Yeah, that corner. And then... Sorry, I'm focusing a little bit because I want to be sure we're headed the right way. Ow, and I got pelted by a whole bunch of rockets. That's not great. I wonder how I'm gonna do this now. We're gonna have to put rockets on this. That's really quite the problem. Bertype says probably won't be heard about what the community opinions are of how you played the game because of all the routes. Okay, you do know that there are routes. I was wondering how spoilered you were about Undertale. Like, probably not all the specifics, right? But you are aware of how the game generally works. Perhaps much to your chagrin, unfortunately. Which kind of stinks, but that's just part and parcel for, you know, what that community has kind of done to the game. I say community, but I know it's not everyone. I don't know. The Undertale community, like, the worst of it gives us completionists a really bad name. And I really do mean that. Okay, I gotta think about this. I might still have to put this thing on a, I might have to put this thing on a hover bike and go from there. I probably should do that. Just, you know, eliminate any chance for there to be problems. No, I don't want to auto build that. Stop. Let's put this back over here. Attach this to the side. Like that. And let's quickly kind of like control this before things get out of hand.
So it begins.
Thank you for the check-in, Mr. Bear Type. Much appreciated. Let me get this steered right. I could perhaps try to read it, though. Bear Type says there's 93. Really? That many unique routes? 90 of them are for the same route? There's pretty much 3, though. Yeah, that, from what I understand, that's kind of how Undertale is structured. And in the interest of not wanting to spoil or say much, because I know more than I'm letting on, I'm not gonna... I definitely won't be spoiling anything, but I've seen a lot of clips and footage, and the community is so prolific that there are custom endings as well, with like script writing and everything. It's a very prolific community. What's going on? Let's see. Mr. Jason says he's surprised. Interesting. And then you go on to say, Mr. Coin, you have your findings now? Oh, do tell. We were wondering about the issues of the rockets having difficulty with the Zonai glue. I am real curious about this, because the way the physics has been shown to work so far, that's not supposed to matter. Findings? Yeah, so... Bear Type, you weren't here for this. With the Thyphlo tower, there's something blocking it at the top of the tower, one of those floating steel Zonai platforms, right? And I pulled out some rockets. I was going to propel the balloon or the platform really quickly. After it got rained on. And for whatever reason, just a rocket in the center of the platform, it activated, and then all it did was burnt off the glue. Mr. Jason says he is shocked. Oh, about the findings. I could confirm that putting a rocket where you put it produced the exact same result that you received. It not working, right. But moving it away from the corners and sides shot the platform up as expected. My goodness. Okay, I need to turn this around. The way that this is attached, it wants to go up, or it wants to tip over on the back pretty consistently. Might have to use a large charge. We'll have to see. I'm hamming this up a little bit. I'm just pushing a stick really hard, but come on, Link. You can do it. I'm definitely gonna have to pop a large charge for this. Bear Type says those sure are some interesting findings. Yeah, I think so. In the sense that normally with stuff like this, I kind of expect to, make gaffes, right? I'm not the best with the physics engine or anything. So if I screw something up, I accept that. I'm not the best. Okay, we can... Yeah, alright. I was wondering if that was going to be a problem. Thank goodness. Let's just put that over there. Usually on things like this, I accept that I messed up. It's rare when someone else confirms that a quirk of the way Zonai devices or specific Zonai devices working in certain contexts does in fact match up with my experience. Mr. Jason says, I'm just glad that it's simple and not rocket science. The best part is that it was kind of rocket science.
Sure, Jan.
I hate to do this, so shortly, at, I'm gonna step into the shrine, but I thought I heard some, like, knocking at either my window or my door, so I'm gonna play a short 30-second ad while I go check that out and make sure that I am in fact hearing things. I will be right back. Sorry about that, everybody. I think that may or may not have been a knock from my stepmother next door. I believe she is trying to nap, so I can't, I have to be a little bit quieter. My apologies. I think that's what that rapping noise at my wall was. I could, of course, be mistaken, but that's what I thought I heard and what I went to go check out. A magic rod. Oh, you know what we can do in that? We can put a gliok horn in that. And I think the gliok horn I want to try is a frost horn. I've been told that you could put horns in here, or on these rods, and that's what I attempt to do next. I haven't actually seen it before. Thank you for the cheer emoticon there, Mr. Bear Type. I hope people like the design on that too. Oh, but it turns it into a sword. It doesn't run out, but it's a sword. That may not necessarily be the worst thing. Mr. Jason says, someone else made a discovery, Mr. Coin. If you wear Majora's Mask near a Lionel and a sage attacks it, and you do not, the Lionel will completely ignore you. Will Mr. Coin add this theory to a pile of things to see if they are true? I sure can. If we see a Lionel, and if I have Majora's Mask, I'll put it on. I do not believe I have it yet. I'll check my inventory and see. I'm pretty sure I don't have it yet. Let's see. Majora's Mask is a one-off item, so it'll be... Well, actually, I know it's a head item. We can just look there. How do I have 2 Dark Hoods? I can remove one. Oh, I think I might have gotten it out of a chest or some reward or something. I don't see it. Yeah, like Majora's Mask has a distinct appearance. Yeah, we don't have it. If I do have it, or, you know, if we do find it, I'll definitely test it after we've obtained the mask. Promise. Mr. Bear Type says, I'm pretty sure it's pretty hard to get. Won't say how if you don't know how. I don't know how and would like to remain ignorant. Please and thank you. How do you have two of them? I probably purchased two of them is what happened, Mr. Bear Type. I probably purchased two of them without thinking. Let's order this by set. And it wouldn't be because I managed to get the last of the depth sets either. We visited a bargainer statue yesterday. So you'll be selling one? I might be. I mean, I think I can sell these. If I can't, you know, we'll also find that out then too. We'll have to see. The next time we're at a vendor, I'll try it. Or I'll find one during, like, the final 5 or 10 minutes of the stream today. And we'll kind of go from there. All right. Let's turn our attention to the hover... Oh, right. We went into the shrine. We got to make a new one. Oopsie. And we should probably put a... we should probably put a couple of bright bloom seeds or some other item on there, just to keep things... Excuse me. Did not mean to do that. Yeah, it'll be by most used. Yep. 2 bright bloom seeds ought to do it. Rip hover bike. Yeah, it's a crying shame, but I get it. You know, it's you know, you're walking between instances, right? When you enter a shrine of light, it's a new instance. When you oh, there's the I can see that target right there. And, you know, walking back out into the open world is another instance, right? Like, I'm very familiar with the concept of instancing. It makes sense. And it's better than having objects loaded in memory 5 ever. That's just easier on, like, the system as a whole. Whether you're talking about computer memory, or console memory, it's the same. Let me try to, like, fan back out. Ugh. I have to, like, try again. I'm trying to, like, not waste a hover bike if I can at all help it. If I crash into this tree... Ah. What thing did I, The game physics really did just say, I'll destroy you! By any means necessary. The slowest of claps. Oh, speaking of, like, things we could say, do you guys want to... Let's see, is that a... I'm trying to remember if that is a tier 1. I think I have an F emote lying around somewhere on Twitch. Let's see. I do, in fact, have that emote, if I could actually, put it in. You guys will have to tell me if it's a follower emote or not. It may not be. But, I made a whole big F. Got an F. Bear Type says, also in a game, you ran, you thought you got a time of 8:29, but because of lag, it was actually 8:23. Now you got another time of 8:26, but I don't know if this is a new PB or not because of the lag. Yeah, that sounds rough. Lag really does kind of make for a sucky situation sometimes. I think F might be a tier 1 emote. Let me see if I can't find out. Yeah, it is. It is a... Yeah, it's a tier 1 sub. That said, you know, the attention emotes work just as well, honestly. If you guys do want access to that coin stamp F emote, you guys know what you gotta do. One like your free Prime Gaming or Prime Gaming from Amazon Prime for that you get for free when you have an Amazon Prime account every month gets you access to that. You could give me a free tier 1 for 1. No 5 years to test if it is. I could in fact do that. So Twitch has this new thing out now where partners can like draw from their Twitch balance in order to like gift someone a sub. So the way that Twitch payouts are structured, the minimum payout is 50, right? There have been people that have not gotten a payout for years because this is the minimum required, like $50 US. Folks can take that remaining balance, and at the cost of never getting a payout, they can gift someone an appropriate, like, sub-tier for a month. Which I think is cool. I do think that's neat that you can do that. Your payout becomes like a balance sheet on top of being a payout. But I think it's a way for Twitch to cop out on giving people the necessary cut of money they're supposed to get in exchange for working pro bono. But I'm willing to fiddle with it. Because I rarely get a payout as is. So, let me think about that, Mr. Bear Type. And I did get paid this week. Mr. Bear Type says, I also just found out you can go backward in stream with a sub, which is annoying. Only with a sub, which is annoying. Does Twitch have a rewind feature? I guess I haven't been much paying attention. Because I'm typically when I'm sitting there watching streams, I'm usually not trying to rewind things. Sub only equals very annoying. That it is. But Twitch has got to make money somehow. Like Amazon has to make money somehow. And, you know, streaming on a cloud service is, like, hosting cloud servers is not very, it's not very valuable for them. I get it. Well, for basic stream needs, I'll say, yeah, of course. Look, at the end of the day, streaming and, like, making content, like, uploading content is, in fact, a luxury, right? Like, that's just being real and honest and upfront about things. You know, if the internet truly did die tomorrow, you know, some people would definitely be up a creek and with no paddle to spare. Ironically, it will be your Michael Fishbot, or Mark Fishbach, excuse me. Your Mark Fishbox and your, you know, is it Sean McLaughlin? Might be. Your Jacksepticeye. It'll be people who streamed, got a leg up, and transitioned to some, you know, real world thing, like voice acting and so on. It's gonna be those people that survive the death of the internet, along with like blue collar workers that were never on the internet in the first place. Like, I know my complaints about stuff like that is very much a first world problem. But, you know, governments are getting increasingly bold on that stuff. Heck, it wasn't that long ago that someone tried to tamper with the underwater cables between, like, I think it was a part of Africa and, like, Europe. I'm pretty sure someone was. I'd have to go and get the news article for sure to know where that is. But I do know people have been tampering. Let's just make the hover bike instead of, you know, being greedy. We have 800 ore. That's exactly what it's for. I wouldn't have farmed it if I didn't want to use it. Mr. Beartype says, have you done only the Wind Temple so far? Yes, that is correct. We really did take our time here and explored everything that, you know, each region that we've discovered has had to offer. There's no need to rush the story. It'll come when it'll come. We'll get the second sage, the third sage, and so on when we get them. I really want to... You guys voted for this game, and I really want to show you guys everything it has on offer. How many hours do you have in this game so far? Let's see. Options. Trying to figure out how to do this again. Let's support information. That's not... Nope, that's not at all it. See, how did we do this last time? 180 to 200, I think. Yeah, like I at least have that many hours. Goodness, how did I do this? Would it be under virtual game cards? It's in the profile? Thanks. I appreciate that, bear type. So 255 plus hours. It says at least 255. I imagine by the end of this, we'll have like 500. Probably. I mean, between all the farming I have to do, all of the grinding I have to do, just all of the extracurricular, non-streaming activities I have to do with this game, I definitely think we'll hit the 500 mark. Easily. I may even hit the 600 mark if I'm like too diligent. Let's see. That's one. I gotta slow down because there's cloud cover. Oh, they move. The rings didn't move before. Now they move. That's like three and a half times more than you have. I think if I were to like separate out the if I were to separate out the stream time, I would say we probably have closer to like 100 of those hours. No, maybe more like 120 or 40 of them. And like the rest of them were definitely like off camera. It's like a 60-40 mix. Most of it is on camera, but there have been significant portions of it off camera too. And 8 times the progress, fair. Definitely fair. Oh, hello. Well done. The radiant light of the sun warms both body and spirit. Welcome to the dive ceremony. Are you ready to begin? I saw you attempt to dive before the ceremony had commenced. I applaud your enthusiasm. Then the time has come for the dive ceremony, assuming you are ready. I'll pass. That is a bitter disappointment. That noise, man. That's like sad robot noises. Perhaps another time. Well, I mean, let's first get the dispenser and then, you know, the shrine, and then we could think about that. Let's hold 5 of these bad boys. Let's see how many spare parts we're getting out of this, shall we? I'm looking forward to dinner tonight. It's supposed to be cheeseburgers, like the ones we make ourselves, which is supposed to be pretty good. I generally look forward to burgers. They usually come with a nice set of steak fries, bought right from the grocer. Burgers are usually a good time. Mr. Jason, what's up, Mr. Jason? Did I miss something you say? That's a lot of balls. Yeah, I'll say. This was the reason. Like, seeing a lot of green balls was the exact reason I wanted lots of large zonite charges, and part of why I farmed as much zonite or large zonite ore for yourself. You have the findings of that theory, but I shall let you find out yourself. You're referring to like the thing about Majora's Mask. Yes, Mr. Jason? Mr. Bear Type? Indeed. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't forget, you know, what the findings of the theory we're talking about. That's all. Oh, hello. We're naked again. And it's dark. This shrine imprisons and purifies the ancient evil. Outside... Oh, it's another... Okay. Proving grounds. Lights out. Shh. Very quiet. We're hunting for Zonai. I'm sure there are things in the darkness as well. Frick. I'm gonna get those before they have a chance to fuse. Before I get caught on fire. Oh, I got hit with okay, that's not good. And it burnt the shield. Great. Okay, it broke. I think I was supposed to fuse a ruby to that. Yeah, I was supposed to fuse a ruby to that. We gotta get out of here. You have news, Mr. Coin? What's up, Mr. Jason? Let's get out of here. We're gonna have to try that again. So, or we can go up the left side instead. You've now confirmed the time that you're meeting your friend on Saturday. Oh, nice, nice. It's a dentist's busiest time of day. Busiest time of day, huh? Usually that's like noon or like 2 p.m. Local time. But, I'm sure that's supposed to be a joke, and I've just completely missed the opening. 2:30? Oh, all right, come on. Come on. Yeah, we definitely needed this. We definitely needed to go this way first. We're going to fuse... We have one horn here? Yeah, we have one horn here. And we're gonna put that on... let's put that on a long stick. So I don't have to get quite as close. 2:30 is pretty good. Mr. Bear Type says, how many tries for this shrine? Well, so far this is attempt number 2. I'm hoping that I only have to take 2 attempts at this. All right, we got a little bit more of a hurdy stick now, anyway. Alright, and we got a bow. Good. As well as a ruby broadsword. Okay, now what we can do is we can equip this, drop this material, and there we go. Let's keep this spear until it breaks. I'd say like 6 or 7. JK. It's the and dumbass meme, because that's the one coin. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, that meme has completely gone over my head, such that I don't even really know what is being described. Come on. You gonna use your flamethrower weapon or what? I gotta be careful and not let them spin out like that. Oh, no, I need to just do that now. Yeah, I'm not letting them kill me. No, thank you. GG, Mr. Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason says, I'm surprised that the amazing Aelin hasn't asked you to ram some bitches yet, Mr. Coin. Aelin does manage to stop by after we have had many opportunities to ram them, and I have squandered all of them. That does tend to happen a lot. Grants a high-level glow effect, illuminating your immediate surroundings. This faint luminescence is a boon in dark places. I kind of don't agree with that, like, now that we have all these bright bloom seeds, but that's just me. That is a gold, please. That's a nice emote. Where is that from? Oh, that's a Twitch Global emote. Sadness. Oh, and also this dock is way too wide. I don't quite need it that wide. Okay. Good. No, I thought something was off. Turns out it was my chat panels on my OBS. Don't you guys, for those of you that make content, don't you just find your streaming software to be irksome sometimes? I think I put a comment in the Discord almost a week ago that was like no, it was Tuesday. It was Tuesday when when all the stuff broke. I think I said something to the effect of, sometimes I truly do hate technology. Yeah, anyone else ever have a moment like that with their streaming or recording software? Where it's like, you have to you have to do so many things just to get it operational, just to have it working right. And one teeny tiny little thing is enough to break it. That's the most exasperating part about it to me, is not the thumbnail making, although that can be frustrating in its own right. Not the thumbnail making, not the potential to run into spam, you know, graphic design artists, scammers or whatever. It's when the technology breaks, because I can handle scammers. You know, I take my time with the thumbnails, or even when I don't write, I can at least do a basic photo swap or color swap to a thumbnail and it's fine. It's the... I'm not the best with technology, and sometimes there's not much you can do except stick your own thumbs up your butt and wait for technology to right itself, or for the servers to start communicating with each other, or for your internet to work. Sometimes technology really can be a curse. Just don't let a cleric from Mount Ignadon or the Hort catch me saying that. Mr. Jason says, wow, 8 hours ago the YouTuber Zach Scott Games, I'm like fairly familiar with his work, uploaded a video on YouTube of the entire game Super Mario Galaxy, and it was a 17-hour long video. I totally did not read that. Oh, no, that opening line of text is the same. Okay. I mean, it's a good video to fall asleep to, if nothing else. You know, you can wake up and find yourself at a different part of the video or whatever. I think there is a purpose for videos of that style. Is it like 17 hours of commentary, or is it just game like the entire game of, you know, Super Mario Galaxy with no commentary added? Because I know Zach Scott Games does also put commentary in his videos, from what I understand. So if it's no commentary, I'm gonna be very surprised. The time is now for you to show your courage. Come test your mettle in the dive ceremony. With commentary, that's impressive. That's impressive for a different reason. Were there supercuts? Like, i.e., it's a 17-hour long video, but did he wear different outfits, or did some other things give an impression that it was recorded over, you know, multiple days or multiple videos, and it was kind of fused into one video? Or is it, you know, truly one take? I'll do it. Good. There's an initial requirement of 1 Zonai charge. Go ahead. Very good. I will show you to the start position. Get through all the rings within 35 seconds. I'm hoping this isn't going to be as easy as the other two challenges for sure. Yeah, these rings move, so now there's some RNG to it. But I might be able to make this work. That one doesn't move. I don't know if it's the parts or with the full game, because he's also with no cam, but I guess it's in parts. Parts makes more sense, given what I know about Zach's, what I know about Zach Scott's, like, recording style from old videos I watched years ago. Your time is 20:48. What an unbelievably magnificent showing. This is proof of your maturity. You have more than earned it. Da 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 da! The cloth sewn to these tights allows their wearer to glide more easily as they plummet from the sky. You are faster and more courageous than any I have witnessed. Take this in honor of your incredible record. Yay, we get a free Zonai charge! I must register you as the record holder. Please state your name. Understood. I have registered Link as the current record holder. Do you still want to make another attempt? The fee is still 1 Zonai charge. No, thank you. You may try again as often as you want. Shall we see the full set, everybody? I know Mr. NK wanted me to get the full set, like, right away, but I think we've earned it a bit more with, by doing it this way. I should be able to take a self-portrait? Sure can. Let's just take a second and really admire our work. And, while that's happening... It's got the tassels on the feet. It's got the little Zonai tassels and everything. There's only one thing we have left to do with this, my senators and inductees. And do you know what that is? Do you know what we have left to do with this set? We gotta take it for a test drive. Is that it? That looks to be on that island over there. Let's get the Korok seed first, and then we can take a test drive, because what's gonna happen now?
You worthless piece of trash.
Thank you for that redemption, Mr. Bear Type. Wait, wrong one. I don't know. I think it was the right one, considering the circumstances. But, if you guys want to use any of the soundboard redeems, those are available in the channel points on Twitch. The ones color-coded in pink are just soundboards. They're for ha-has, the funnies. If you want to make me do something, those are the ones in purple. Those cost a bit more, ranging anywhere from 100 or 150 to like 10,000. And please feel free to use any and all of them, or none of them. There is one that costs 1 point, and that's the check-in. And that one is just oh, Twitch is accidentally taking lurkers out of the equation for views and everything. So the check-in is like a way for Twitch to see you as a real viewer. I honestly, with so much misinformation out there and, you know, bad takes by Mr. Clancy and some other partners that have like said, no, Mr. Clancy didn't say any of that, yada, yada, blah, blah. I don't even know what the real truth of the whole combating view bots situation is anymore. I really, really don't. I would have to go find someone who sort of knows that space better than I do, and there's a lot of people that fit that description. Mr. Jason says, before you went live, Mr. Coin, I was in an Animal Crossing New Horizons stream of a streamer named Alley Cat.
Useless flesh.
Was that the correct one, Mr. Bear Type? Who's part of a Twitch group called Hyrule GG Affiliates. And I got to talking about Hyrule GG as I was curious how Twitch groups work, as I assumed that it was kind of similar to the TCC with verified streamers, where they're part of an organization, but not the organization itself. And I explained the TCC, and they seemed,
That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Thank you very much. For the redemptions, Mr. Bear Type. Let me read that and then quickly get to the commercial break. Now, this is going to be the last automated one. I'll have to run the rest manually, but that shouldn't be too difficult. Let's see. And they seem quite amazed with the complexity of the TCC. Yeah. I'm surprised. You didn't have any skeptics, did you? Not that that would be particularly problematic or anything, but there are always people that when you start describing like all the intricate things about the TCC, there are some people that I know are going to have the opinion of, wow, most people are definitely not structuring their Discords this way. Are you a bot? Like that? I'm. Or, you know, is this some kind of like scam? I'm just pointing out what the other arguments were, not so much like a stance I have more than anything. So I'm just curious if you did bump into additional skeptics. Mr. Jason says, and now, Mr. Coin, the TCC client Alley Cat has joined us. Nice. I would like us to get some more clients. The TCC is always the TCC is a very welcoming place. And the best part is that it's a place anybody can be. You know, just be respectful, follow the rules, you know, listen to the CEO. The CEO is king, and you'll be fine. Bear Type says, I can't find the one I wanted, so this is it, I guess. Random works just as well as anything. That's totally fine. Mr. Jason says, I agree, Mr. Coin. Yeah. There are always going to be skeptics out there. We need those kind of people in this world too. Everything is best in balance. There's always a way to approach things that doesn't like put your thumb on the scale, but there must be a balance of some kind. We do take commercial breaks here. You guys should know the spiel by now. You know, 3 minutes on the clock at the top left-hand corner of your screen display at the top of the hour. When that screen is over, I will have returned to my desk, and the commercial break will be done and dusted by then. I have this thing hooked in. It should not be doing this. But whatever. won't be the commercial will be over, sooner than you think. If you guys like the content and liking the content and being here, supplying, the metric of views and everything is enough. But if you guys do feel like being financially generous, I do have avenues for this. You have everything baked in on Twitch, for those on Twitch. For those of you on YouTube or even elsewhere, if you're viewing this through an embed or something. Not saying anyone is, not saying there's an embed, just if this is embedded somewhere for some reason, if you're seeing me through this, through those means, and you do wish to be financially generous, I do have avenues, either through the Linktree link underneath the video player on Twitch, or in the description on the YouTube VOD itself. I have pages for Patreon, Coffee, and if you head over to the Twitch page, you'll get things like the Stream Elements link. I have a ton of different avenues for this. You guys get a name on a placard, like discrete Discord benefits, and a host of other really neat things for choosing to be financially generous. It's like a thank you more than anything else. Other than that, let me try to catch up on messages here. The CEO isn't king. That's just the parlance I use, but you're right. You're one of the bosses of the CEOs, and I'm the leader of the board. But then board is collectively the leadership. Right. That makes sense. I'll have to read the rest of that after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. When nature calls, I have to answer. Thankfully, it was only 8 minutes. So it shouldn't have been too bad. Let me catch up on chat. Let's see. Nothing on YouTube, so it's just Twitch. The CEOs of 4 bosses, excluding me. I'm not even king. You just have a lot of sway or influence. That's fair. I should make sure I get the framing right. I know. It really was just, a bad bit of parlance on my part. Mr. Jason says, at one point in the past, Mr. Coin, I did have the throne in the TCC, and I had absolute authority over all. But then the TCC grew, and so I turned it corporate, which is the TCC that you know, as I thought having a collective with a myriad of ideas would benefit the TCC more, and I'd like to think that it does benefit more from having those ideas there. I truly do mean that. Okay, I better save this before doing anything. Okay, we got it. And now what we're gonna go do is, because we have that set now, thank goodness. So now what we can do is we could go back to the Thyphlo Tower and we can glide over to the appropriate place where we're supposed to be next. And we'll kind of go from there. Maybe before we do anything too drastic with where I'm planning on going, because there's a shrine near the place I want to be, we can, oh, is that a person over there? That's a bona fide person over there. Let's talk to them first. Hey, over here.
Hey.
Hello, my brother in research. I was waiting for you. You were... That's right. I'm the one who discovered these big ruins way out here, but I wasn't able to make much progress investigating them. I'm only one Hylian, and this, alas, is not a one Hylian job. That's why I wrote to the Zonai survey team asking them to dispatch a researcher to assist me. I'm not one of those, but maybe I could do something else. Welcome on in, Aelin. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today, in both body and mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We wrapped up the Thyphlo Sky region, and we're doing 1 or 2 little tiny things before we get to the object of today's thumbnail for sure. But that's pretty much the long and short of what's happened so far. Aelin says, if I had a nickel for every time a car crash happened 20 feet in front of me, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's still weird that it's happened twice, right? You're looking at a 3-time car wreck survivor, so no, I wouldn't call that weird. Yeah, car wrecks are not fun. There's always the fear that you won't wake up afterwards. I've had multiple injuries from actually being in car wrecks. I have the trauma of being in a car wreck to come along with me for the rest of my life, which makes driving anywhere a living hell. Because and even sleeping at night, sometimes I'll wake up or close, before, like a half an hour before I wake or something, or all I have to do is shut my eyes a little bit and think about driving a car, and I can imagine T-boning a truck over and over and over again. Sometimes I can actively imagine this scenario, which helps reduce the shock. I'm constantly trying to initiate low-level shock therapy for myself with the trauma of the car wreck that's with me. But it's not easy to talk about. Mr. Jason says, if the idea from the board is a unanimous vote but is absolutely awful, you can veto that, but that is once again an extremely like a rare, extremely rare action? Of course. That's why that's the whole purpose of pitching ideas to you before we vote in the first place, so that it is very rare that you're on board with us in the first place when a vote does happen. Aelin says they both happened within a month. Well, were you... If you don't mind my asking, because I know car crashes can be kind of a sensitive topic, right? You know, were those car crashes, like, were you just... Did you just witness them? Or were you part of them? Just so I kind of have a better understanding of, A, what experience you have, and B, so I don't map my own trauma onto you while we're talking about it. And here you are, practically right after I sent my letter. Great response time. What? You're not a Zonai survey team researcher? You're just some guy? I see. So few people come through here. I assumed you had to be the assistant I asked for. My mistake. After all the trouble I gone to, can't they send one assistant to help with my monolith research? What's up with the monolith research? Oops, did you hear that? Sorry, scrub that from your brain. It's not meant to be public knowledge. If you were from the Zonai survey team, I could tell you all about what I've discovered so far, but you're not. So let me help. Let Link help. I appreciate the offer, but that's really not allowed. Then again, though he may not be a researcher, he does have the look of an adventurer about him. Aelin says I wasn't involved for both of them. Good. Being in one really sucks. But witnessing one in front of you also still sucks. Because it's like there's the potential for loss of life, grievous injury, and, you know, lifelong, endless mental trauma, like, in all of that. Thankfully, even though I am well and truly out of coffee, I'm not quite out of beverage yet. Hashtag not sponsored by Coke, by the way. That was a Sprite bottle, in case anyone was wondering what the heck I put to my lips. That's what it was. Mr. Jason says we have two different systems after all, Mr. Coin. We have the public board where a client can ask a question, but you won't even acknowledge it until the board are on board. And then our boardroom where I'm actively listening. Right. I believe that you've experienced both at least once now, Mr. Coin. Yes. I have, in fact, witnessed both systems. At an alarmingly shortened, abbreviated, quickened pace, too, I might add. Aelin says the crash that happened this morning wasn't nearly as bad. I mean, that's good. Was anyone hurt, or was it just like a, major destruction of property? I'm gonna hope that no one got hurt and all of that, and I hope everyone's, psyche is not sufficiently rattled by a car crash or wreck. Maybe his expertise will get things back on track. Oh. You know what? You're hired. For this project alone, I'm appointing you as my research assistant. Come on, let's find out what secrets these ruins are hiding. Well then, we can dive right in. I'll start by showing you what my research has uncovered so far. Wait there. Oof. Uff, the shorter cousin of Oof, Uff. Take a look. I think you'll be pretty surprised by this discovery. Mr. Jason says quick but efficient is good after all. Too true, even though it is voluntary. Time is, in fact, still money. Too true. Investigating the Thyphlo ruins. Display the power of the Sage of Wind to the owl protected by many dragons. Aren't you surprised? Yeah, wow! Right? Me not actually being surprised.
Me not that kind of orc.
Alan says the first one was a biker versus a van. Oh, well, yeah. Oh, I think we know who came out on top, unfortunately. And this one was, were two cars. The biker's leg was twisted 180 degrees. Oh, ooh, I don't want to think about that. Oh, that is ghastly. But I think the ladies fainted. I think one of the ladies fainted today after. Fainting is a far sight better than literally having your leg twisted like you're a G.I. Joe action figure that you've handed a small child and that they are now, you know, fiddling and playing around with, not realizing the legs are quite literally supposed to be standing at attention. Yeah, the fainting is still bad, but it is a mite sight better than having a leg completely twisted in on itself. Mr. Jason says, which is why I praise Alex so much, Mr. Coin. None of us on the board should need to divert from our business to say, hey, Alex, welcome this person. Welcome that person. Don't forget to welcome them as well. Most people usually put that, you know, use a bot for that sort of thing. So it's nice to have the human touch on that, truly.
Oh.
The Zonai were an ancient civilization with their own system of writing. Almost no one living today can read Zonai script, but you could read the inscription on that monolith, right? That's because it's written in Hyrulean. Though these ruins appear to be Zonai in origin, they feature text written in modern Hyrulean. How could that be? Who built these ruins and for what purpose? You know what I want to bet? I want to bet Zelda is doing all of this. Because we've seen her in the past. And I think she is putting Hylian script in the past and changing history, you know, as we literally discover it. That's what I think is happening, personally. Alan says, and both of them were a guy turning into the other. I think I'm bad luck. Nah, you're not bad luck. You just... So, the rule, right? First time is a coincidence. Second time is pattern. And the third time or more is character. The first is an occurrence. The second is an incident. And only after the third is it really and truly a pattern worth looking into. But even then, they're car wrecks at the end of the day. There are people that have witnessed hundreds of car wrecks. You know, even right in front of them. And they're not any luckier or less lucky or more lucky because they did or didn't see those things. Trust me. It's all just probability and coincidence. And that's assuming that you don't, like, count the people whose very jobs are to see car wrecks all the time. Like people who study, like, car collisions and stuff. That's all they do is see car crashes. Both on video and in testing grounds. They're not any luckier. Lots of things that we could say are luck are in fact just probability, random occurrence, and all that other sort of thing. Alan says, once my dad T-boned a guy at 15 miles an hour at most. Like, when you say 15 miles an hour at most, do you mean your dad was going 15 miles an hour? Or do you mean your dad was faster than the other guy by 15 miles per hour, out of curiosity? This is just a possibility, but the monoliths that were found might be pointing to a spot somewhere in the ruins. You and me, we're going to get to the bottom of this. I need you to find that spot. There we may find yet another monolith that tells us why these ruins were built. It's just a hunch, but it's also your boss's hunch. So... the owl protected by dragons. Sage secret technique. Might as well investigate. You read mysterious instructions on a monolith discovered by Kazul of the Zonai survey team. Search the Thyphlo ruins and find the place mentioned in the riddle. The owl protected by dragons, huh? The Zonai researcher Kazul found a monolith inscribed with the following: display the power of the Sage of Wind to the owl protected by many dragons. Try investigating Thyphlo ruins to find the place described on the monolith. Sure. All right, well, the only way we're gonna do that is by, you know, going sky high and then looking for an owl in a sea of dragon statues. There's a really easy way to do this, and that's gonna be literally right there. The former, okay, so the dad was going 15 miles an hour. It was right after a red light, and we were going straight, and the guy didn't wait for us to pass before turning left. That's really unfortunate. I trust your dad and other people were okay. I T-boned, like, my sibling and I and my mom were coming back from, you know, a Christmas dinner, and we T-boned a truck who had jetted out into the open road as we were driving, and they just, no signal, nothing. That truck literally jetted right out. And my sibling, like, didn't totally on board ram the door where the driver was, but like, we were going like 40 miles an hour in like a 35. Like, we were within legal speed limit, and we hit that truck pretty hard. It crumpled the hood pretty badly. You know, I woke up and had to change clothes. Is as much as I want to say about that. Are you serious right now? Please tell me that's just wind. That is in fact just wind. Good. Let's try to find this owl, shall we? Trying to figure out how we would spot that. Aelin says, I think the guy was a fifth. It was like a fifth of that. Oh, you think the guy was going slower? Okay, yeah, I guess that would be a collision. Or no, that would have been in response to my question about I hope everyone was all right, wasn't it? I'm still gonna, I mean, it's a past event and a done deal now, but going through wrecks isn't easy. I mean, it really isn't. Driving is not something to be taken lightly. It really, truly isn't. I think I have found our friend the owl statue. Or at least I'm gonna hope we've found the owl statue. And now we wait for Tulin's power to come back. So if your parents or your folks send you to a driving academy, or if you've got like a private instructor teaching you how to drive, you should pay attention. Take the test seriously. And actually, you know, use the academy teachings or the instruction. Like, take those teachings to heart. I had the good fortune to be, you know, taught through my parents, and more specifically my dad, who is an excellent driver, and the good fortune to be sent to a driving academy when I was older to, you know, really hone in the fundamentals of my driving skill. You know, coming to a full, complete stop at a turn, at a turn light, actually stopping for 3 full seconds, staying plus or minus 5 within the speed limit, or 5 over or under the speed limit, and not going faster just because everyone's going faster. That's a good way to get wrecked. Actually using your turn signals correctly, not double laning, and so on. Take those teachings to heart, because they might very well just save your life, and you'll thank your driving instructors for it. A the 5th? Oh, you mean like King Louis the 16th. So like a well, like part of a family line of people with the same name. Okay, makes sense. Mr. Jason says we're not fully operating as a company though. Yeah. If we were, you, Helen, Sadie, and Harry would get to give Jamie and Natalie a performance review to see if they are still fit for the role of CEO. I'm happy that I am not doing that. Let's just say. All right, Tulin, let's demonstrate the power of wind. Come on, Tulin, I need you on the ground, buddy. Thank you. Come on. It's just a plate. All right. I'm gonna do this. There, that should be it right there. Yay for secrets! Do. 3 sapphires. The owl protected by dragons. Display the power of the Sage of Wind to the owl protected by many dragons. You found the hidden treasure at the location hinted by the monolith. Hinted at by the monolith, excuse me. Alright, good sir. I have found your secret. You're working late. Don't overdo it, okay? I can't have my trusty assistant getting worn out. You found it? The place the monolith was talking about? Yup. So that's where it was. Excellent work. I'll go and take a look shortly. It seems there's nothing more you can help me with for now. I'll investigate alone for a while. Just check back in when I inevitably make a new discovery. I'm counting on you. All right. So we have done that bit of business. Our next spot is like right over here. In a place that we are not going to be grabbing the tower from quite yet. It's like here-ish somewhere. Let's go glide over, shall we? Let's see. Mr. Jason says, I just gave Alex a performance review, though. I just said that the board are very pleased with what they've been doing. Let me get the right position going. And how we haven't needed to ask or remind them about that, which is good. That's fantastic. So there is the Eldin tower, like over there. You guys can see it. And over there is Death Mountain with gloom coming out of it. Is that a star? Yeah, that's a star. But I'm not interested in collecting star fragments quite yet. To be honest, I'll probably like... I'll definitely... I want to be... Oh boy. Yep, that happened. Okay, so the deal with this, like, black gloomy stuff is we need to get out from above it, like, as soon as humanly possible, so that we aren't on top of it when, as we descend, or we'll get booted out to a place we don't control. Let's do this. Maybe someone can answer this, but does anyone know if the skydive mobility boost affects paraglider speed? I don't think it does, but I would be really really pleased if someone had that information on hand. Funnily enough, Mr. Coin, Alex is exemplary. That sounds fantastic. I have to sometimes remind some very senior level staff. Everyone's busy these days. Hopefully it's like reminders and, you know, that's it. There's no like nasty words. The internet is not real life. TCC is very important, but at the end of the day, we all have lives behind the screen that we have to go and live, right? Okay, think we can now... This was the shrine I was talking about, by the way. Yeah, having this, like, I can almost maneuver like I'm walking around, which is, like, awesome. I love this. The glide suit does not speed up the paraglider, no. Sadness. But get it to 2 stars, and fall damage is completely negated. Nice. And that'll be something I'm working towards then. You know, the ferry is not that far from here. We could check that out while we're here. Before we, you know, tackle the Gloomy Forest. Quote unquote. I hope people enjoy that thumbnail today. I worked pretty hard on it. I feel pretty good about it. She's only a very short distance away. Rise and fall. So what happens if I step on the switch? Okay, so what I need to do is this. Just like that. That one's not too difficult. How are they going to improve upon this puzzle set, though? How are they going to make it more challenging? I don't get that. Is her character a fairy? The great fairies? Yeah, they're fairies. They're really large fairies that, like, totally don't commit you know, what would probably be SA. That's definitely not a thing that happens. Right? Right? Right?
Sure, Jan.
Ooh, we did lose a Zonite shield earlier. What do we do with this? I think what it wants us to do... No, that's not it. I kind of know what it wants us to do. We kind of have to, like... We have to rewind after it has fallen somewhere. Aelin says, I thought you were talking about someone in TCC. I wasn't paying attention. No worries. No. Alex is not a fairy. Alex is a person. I wouldn't be... There are people who identify as fairies, though. I wouldn't be surprised if, there weren't identifications or people. I've done a little bit of, you know, digging with that. When people identify as other races or, you know, typically anthropomorphic furry animals, like fully believing in that, there are 2 words for those kind of people. I say those kind of people. 2 people who truly do believe that way. If you believe you're like a dragon or an elf or whatever, that's called being an otherkin. It's like you fully identify, like, say, being a dog or whatever. Yeah, or like a dog instead of, you know, a pixie or whatever. If you identify as an actual real animal, that is called being a Therian. Those people would be referred to as being Therians. I learned this I learned this over like the past 2 weeks. I ended up going down like a random internet rabbit hole, and that's how I even found that out in the first place. Okay, what does this want us to do? Does this want us to, like... This wants us to, like, push the block up somehow? Because this is that you just propel this block. That's kind of what happens. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if what I had to do was actually Oh, yeah, no. That is exactly what they want us to do. Okay. That was a neat little puzzle, and did we get all the treasure chests? We did. Nice. I think this makes 12 orbs that we can, like, go turn in for 3 heart. Which we might do that before going to the stable or what have you. May the light of blessing grant you the strength you seek. So we have... If the game ever feels like 543. Okay. That's nice. I can't wait for that number to hit 1,000. That's gonna be nice. Okay, we've gotten that shrine, which we need for traveling purposes. Let's take a quick detour back to Lookout, Lookout Landing. We're gonna go turn in these Blessings of Light. Maybe buy a few packs of arrows or something, and then we'll get to standing on business. Oh, I'm salivating already thinking about dinner. Does anyone else like hamburgers or cheeseburgers out of curiosity? You know, it doesn't have to be like a fast food burger. I'm talking like an actual real bona fide hamburger you cook on the grill, you flip them, or you put them in a George Foreman or some sort of like grill press, and you cook it up that way. And, you know, even better if you make the patty yourself with like a bit of egg to like bind the patty together nicely. Maybe perhaps a bit of beef stock during the cooking process and some herbs. That sounds delicious already. Like I'm thinking about burger. Thinking about the burger already. Alan says, did you do the other Thyphlo Ruin side quests? I would love to do them, but they require the other sage powers from what I understand. Like, I straight up got the, you can't help me right now text. So no, I've not done the other side quests yet. That'll have to be as we get sages. No, I didn't want to do... That's what I get for, like, flicking it with not my hand. Yeah, I'm fairly confident we need other sage powers to do them. Your being overflows with vigor. Thanks, Mother Goddess. Yes, I would like to increase my heart containers. We're gonna get 3 of these puppies. Every heart container helps. I look like a weird... I look like I'm trying to dress up like a Rito, or like the old Rito from like Wind Waker. Alan says, I totally didn't know about them, and I'm totally not doing them now. Good luck with that. Mr. Jason says, I'm going to go now, Mr. Coin. No problem, Mr. Jason. I got a late start. That's totally understandable. You're incredibly tired. You've been up since 8 a.m., and it's 9:42 p.m. Yeah, 13 hours. 13 hours and 42 minutes. That'll do it. Humans start to get tired at around 13, 12 hours. So, rest well, Mr. Jason. Thank you so much for being here, and I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. Hopefully tomorrow. But do rest well, and do be well, good sir. And with that, we're going to, we're going to quickly redeem these and quickly get back to playing this game. Bye, Mr. Coin. Bye, Alan. Bye, Mr. Jason. Alan says, oh yeah, he's English. He is, in fact, an Englishman, yes. I would love to visit the English countryside at some point. I mean, So I'm the great-grandson of a Scottish immigrant. I would love to see the Scottish countryside, too. Like, I don't like claiming the heritage or anything, because I don't have enough of that blood in me. But I do at least still want to see that land, you know? And if I do get to see the Clan Douglas castle, then, you know, that'll be off my bucket list. I can have things off my bucket list and, you know, not lay claim to being a Scotsman, right? I don't want to lay claim to the castle. I'm an American citizen. And unless, you know, a coup happens, or, you know, things get worse than they are, I'm not necessarily proud to be an American, but that is the country I was born to, and I should act like it. I don't believe in flag jacking, the concept of wearing someone else's flag on your clothes to make it less obvious that you're an American. I'm not someone who's going to sit and say, you know, I wish I was never American, or wish that my family had never emigrated to America. But like my mother's half of the family, more specifically. Like, you know, this is my experience. I don't want to put it back in the bottle. I love my country enough that I don't want to do that. But current administration is making it very hard for me to do that. Not gonna lie. So let's go visit at a stable. Oh, hello. I wonder. All right, mind going through it all one more time, just to make sure I have all the details correct. What happened that night when the Great Fairy hid herself away? Well, we had her accident here one awful night sometime after the upheaval. We saw the Great Fairy nearby vanish from view. It was troubling somehow. We got in our wagon to go to her. That's when it happened. Frightful, the whole thing. That's when that woman with the blonde hair jumped out in front of us. Our horse bolted away. Off it ran into the night. But the real tragedy that involved one of our most crucial members of our troop. You're a character, aren't you there, Mr. Mastro? Our beloved Breezer. Some of its wheels broke. I shouldn't have rolled the R right there. And now we can't even transport our instruments to performances, or us. At least no one was hurt. But since that night, the Great Fairy's been hiding in her bud. She seems afraid of something. It was that woman, I tell you. She did something to the Great Fairy. She's a villain twice over. She left the scene of our tragic accident without so much as an apology. Whatever reasons the Great Fairy has for hiding herself away, we thought a performance would cheer her up. But with Breezer broken down, we can't transport our small troop or our instruments there. And the one who caused all this was a blonde-haired woman, you say? Could that have been... Oh, hello there, partner. I didn't know you were out this way. You have perfect timing, though. Sorry to spring this on you so suddenly, but we've got work to do. These fine musicians here were just telling me an interesting tale. Apparently, the Great Fairy who lives near this stable has shut herself away in her flower bud. Why, you ask? Well, it seems to have something to do with a mysterious blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman who totally doesn't wear American Eagle jeans. I'm joking, by the way. My reporter instincts are calling out. Could the mysterious woman be her? Could she be Princess Zelda? Of course we can't put anything to print until we're sure it's true, so we have to talk to the Great Fairy first. Great Fairy? Ha! Asking all the right questions. Good instincts, kid. You'll make a decent reporter yet. Look way up those hills. See that big plant in the distance? The one that's spouting pretty stuff? That pretty stuff? That pink mist? That right there is the flower bud where the great fairy lives. They say she really likes this musical troupe, and that's why she moved near the stable recently. A great fairy who loves this troupe's music performances? That alone is something worth looking into. But doesn't Zelda actually wear jeans? No. She wears leggings and pants or dresses. She never wears jeans, to my knowledge. And she doesn't wear the boots with the fur. She doesn't wear, I'm trying to think of other music-related things about clothes, and I'm having trouble. So we're going to stop this joke right here and now. We mustn't forget that the great fairy bestows protective blessings on travelers. Her presence is essential to this stable. I do hope we can help her soon. If only we had a way to reach her. But Breezer is broken, and we don't go anywhere without it. Not to mention our horse is gone. We're stuck here. Serenade to a great fairy. A great fairy famous for giving blessings to travelers has shut herself up inside her flower bud. Penn suspects that a blonde-haired woman in a musical troupe saw was Princess Zelda and has asked you to look into things. It seems you'll need to bring the musicians to the great fairy if you want to speak with her. Now, does anyone know, I suppose, do people have, actual knowledge of the American Eagle ad? The whole Sydney Sweeney has great genes? Because that's what I was joking about with, as soon as I saw a blonde-haired woman, I knew I had to make a go at talking about that. I personally think it was just bad wordplay on the part of American Eagle. I'm not buying the "it's a Nazi dog whistle." I can't believe some people are still saying that. I get it. It's the whole it's the jeans wordplay. Got it. That right there is enough to send some people seeking the ghost of Hitler. But if people are actually upset about that ad, right, they should go actually talk to American Eagle or campaign against them and not Sydney Sweeney. Harassing Sydney Sweeney doesn't accomplish anything. She just did the ad. And Sydney Sweeney isn't even a natural blonde. She's a brunette that dyed her hair blonde. The most screwed up thing about that Sydney Sweeney commercial, by the way, is the fact that it references a Brooke Shields commercial from Calvin Klein, in the 70s or 80s. And she was 14 in that ad. So she was an underage girl performing or doing an ad read for a company that sells underwear and jeans. And if you know anything about Brooke Shields, she was an abused Hollywood actress and child star. Yeah, that's the screwed up thing about that ad, the American Eagle ad. But that's not on Sydney Sweeney. That's on American Eagle. I think the thought process they had was trying to make that ad better, quote unquote, more tasteful, by having it be done appropriately with an of age appropriate actress. And Sydney Sweeney is an appropriately aged actress. She's marketing to the 20-somethings and the high schoolers that want to wear jeans because they saw her from Euphoria or whatever. And being doxxed as a registered Republican is just icing on the cake in this terrible, absolutely awful situation that should never have happened in the first place. But that's why I was making the joke. I'm referencing the sore spot everyone has about American Eagle right now. It seems you'll need to bring the musicians to the Great Fairy if you want to speak with her. Well, I can solve one of these problems for you. I can, at the very least, should we talk? Let's talk to these people, though, and see if they have anything to say, though. The Great Fairy's presence is essential to the stable. I wish we could perform for her. I think she'd feel better then. Our breezer takes us and our instruments from place to place. But some wheels came off and broke in our accident. And it isn't going anywhere without a horse. Okay, so we might as well do this while we're here. 1. We should turn this around and attach it that way. Like that. And the last thing we gotta do is take that rock out from under it. I'll try to think of a way to reach the Great Fairy. The Great... I think she'd feel better then. If only our music could reach the Great Fairy from here. But it can't. I can't believe it. Violin? Oh, violin? Violin, the instrument? Ha, ha, ha. I need the Titus laugh as a sound effect. He's made some sort of change to Breezer. We may be able to be on our way now. Quick, let's get in. They wouldn't want to be left behind. All right, let's go get us a ready horse. Welcome, you found your way to the Woodland Stable. Thank you for supporting the Stable Association. Since this is your first time here, we'll add 1 pony point to your pony points. Poink. Oh, it looks like it got some points saved up, Link. If you want to get your reward, step up to the side counter where I keep the ledger, then call me over. Now then, once again, welcome, Link. Do you want to register your horse or take one out for a ride? How can I help? Take horse. I will take... let's take Aura, because Aura has the better... Oh, well, Equestria has the better pull? That's actually an interesting call. This Equestria is probably better for actually, like, pulling the thing. I just don't know what the strength means. Or I've forgotten what the strength means. Thanks for waiting. Would you like to change its gear? All set. Well, that's all I can do for you. Thanks for using the stable, pal. If you're riding on a road, your horse will just naturally follow the path, as is its instinct. Travel by road if you want to leave the steering up to your steed, and just enjoy the scenery. But before we enjoy that scenery, everybody, I have to play the ad warning. That is not correct. Oof. Sorry. I made this, like, ginormous mistake. We'll be right back. I am so sorry for that commercial break. I'm not even funny about that. That's not funny whatsoever. So, I knew it was going to be a matter of time before I did that by accident. I activated the starting soon ad timer instead of the actual, like, ad alert. Like, it was further down than that. My bad. Well, the commercial break is already done and dusted, I guess. Let's finish talking to Mr. Kish over here. Travel by road if you want to leave the steering up to your steed and just enjoy the scenery. We're the closest stable to Goron City, home of the Gorons, of course. Death Mountain is done erupting and the city and roads are in good condition. Though you'll still find hot lava inside the cave, so take care not to get burned. I think before we do that, let's go grab our reward real quick so we can see when the next one is.
Oh.
Ah, yes, I'll be right with you. You'd like to get your pony points reward, right?
Oh.
As a reward for 16 points, you can now enjoy our mane restyling service. This will let you change the look of your horse's mane, treat your favorite steed to a new hairdo. If you save up just 3 more points, you'll be able to register 1 additional horse. We appreciate your patronage. Okay, so before we do that, let's talk to Mr. Kish. Oh, welcome. Do you want to register a horse or take one out for a ride? How can I help? Customize the horse. I want to give her a new mane. So what would you like to do? Give your horse a harness, put on a new saddle or bridle, or restyle its mane? What style of mane would you like? What? But didn't we... Oh, we picked down a mane already is what it is. Sure, we'll give Equestria a hair, an actual, like, design. How's that? Did you change anything else? Never mind. Looks great. Alright, let's take Miss Equestria out. A mane on completely one side, too. Let's go take these guys for where they're supposed to be. Whoa! I love them freaking out, by the way. Pretty sure our friend the fairy is gonna be up here. Maybe we'll follow the signs. I'm pretty sure our friend is up there. Hello, NK. Welcome on in. It's been a while since I last saw you. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. Ooh, I sure hope I'm headed the right way. Isn't our friend the Great Fairy, like, north rather than east? You've come in just in time. We're, taking these guys over to see the Great Fairy. Yeah, okay, pretty pink stuff up there on the hill. I thought I might have been going the wrong direction. And then after that, we'll be, getting ready to take care of the gloom in the Lost Woods. Like, that's our goal for today's episode. But how are things for you, Mr. NK? If and you don't mind my asking. Oh, come on, guys. It's only a little horse ride. Thank you. We could take it from here. Mr. NK says, I am doing good. Was chatting in YouTube, but it didn't seem to come up. Let me see. It works. That works. I guess I just didn't happen to spot it. I'm sorry, Mr. NK. I was here right before break. That would be the thing, is the break. I had to step away from keyboard during that. Anyways, how are you doing, Mr. Coin? I am doing fine, Mr. NK. Thank you for asking. Off to a late start today, no doubt. Usually my streams are done before this point, but our internet service provider had a service outage that started at around 12:30 and went to about 2, and then it took me an extra, or no, 2:20, and then it took me an extra 10 minutes to get everything ready for streaming at 2:30, which lines up pretty nicely with our time there. But outside of that, I'm doing okay. You know, same old, same old. Still on the grind to finish this game. One, you know, side quest, one shrine, one Korok seed at a time. Still doing client jobs. Not much has really changed. Mr. NK says, I hope that things are getting better financially. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any successful client jobs while I was away? Just one. No, two. Two of them. One due to unforeseen circumstances. I'm pretty sure I worked pro bono for that. And then the other I got paid extra for. Both from the same person. So still one client, but like two separate jobs from them. I got paid a nice $100 for that. Should be more, but that's a totally different can of worms that I don't really want to open live on air at the moment. We can take it from here, Violin says. All right, Mastro, lead us into the performance.
Yeah.
Our little troupe must play with all the heart we can for the Great Fairy. I'm not even sure I talked to the Great Fairy. That's a piece of perhaps unfortunately missed dialogue. Maybe. At least this is a unique character model, Mr. Mastro. And this isn't a bad tune either. Oh. The Great Fairy Quest. Yes, I just kind of bumped into this one. I didn't even talk to her. I should have gotten out of the vehicle and talked to her. That's an oof and a half on my part. Welcome back to the world of the living, Terra. Complete in, all of your fine form there. Behold, Violin, the Great Fairy graces us with her presence. Truly divine. Hi, Pen. Glad you could join us. Wow, look at this. You really helped us out here, partner. I flew here as fast as I could when I saw the bud opening up. So this is a Great Fairy. Oh, that's right. I remember. Only a few people ever see the Great Fairy. Last time it was just us. This time, there are like at least 4 people. I couldn't resist coming out to bask in your beautiful music. Now that I'm outside, I see that the world is not at all how Princess Zelda described it to me. She warned me that an awful gloom was spreading over the land and that the world would soon be lost to monsters. I hid myself away, but now that I look back on it, while Princess Zelda was speaking to me, I had the feeling something wasn't right. In the deep dark of that night, I couldn't see her face clearly. Maybe it was someone else entirely. So she looked like Princess Zelda, but wasn't Princess Zelda. I don't like the sound of that at all. I think our reporting work might be taking a darker turn here. Mr. Jason says, I have made a terrifying discovery, and it wasn't how suggestive the Great Fairies are. Welcome back, Mr. Jason. You're on your phone? I assume you're lying in bed now, hoping to get to sleep sooner rather than later, On the bright side, the Great Fairy is out of hiding, and that's a big scoop. I've got to take wind and get this news written up for the newspaper. You know, we've now chased 5 of the leads that might have had something to do with Princess Zelda. Your investigations are the talk of the office at the Lucky Clover Gazette. You've really shown some promise. And it turns out the paper is doing really well thanks to the articles we keep putting together. Which is why Tracy told me we're both getting raises. Hooray! Go on and add this to your nest egg, partner. We're getting paid 100 for these. Okay, I'm gonna take this story and head back. This article will keep readers hanging on to every word. Goodbye, Mr. Penn. As of today, I have 9 copies of Super Mario Galaxy, 9 copies of Super Mario Galaxy 2. Nice. Nice. Mastro, I thought the rest of our musicians left the trip because they didn't like how I played my violin. Violin? That wasn't it at all. Why, you moved the heart of the Great Fairy herself with your violin. Your playing is impeccable. I guess I really did do that, didn't I? I've heard the other Great Fairies are also hiding away in their buds. I bet if we play music for them, that'd cheer them up too. A brilliant idea, and you know what that calls for? Reuniting our troupe, the Stable Trotters. Thank you for helping us get here. It means a lot to us. We're a troupe of just 2 for now, but... Oh, just you wait. I just know we'll get the other musicians back with us somehow. We did... I think a couple of the troupe musicians we rescued did say something to the effect of... hey, we're putting on a show for these great fairies. And we definitely need to do something about that. Now that that's decided, we should get ready for our journey, Violin. Let's hurry to the other great fairies and bring them out of hiding. I thought we were rescuing troop members for the first great fairy that we found, but, well, what can I say? This happened. We got this one first. I was about to return to my spring in its sweet serenity when I heard those 2 mention my sisters. There are 4 of us across this land, you know. You will find my sisters in their flower buds. They're as scared as I was to come out of hiding. Mia is near the stable in Hebra. Kesa is in a stable near Hyrule Field. And Kotera is near the stable in West Necluda. I've been worried about our safety, but after hearing the musical troupe, I feel much better. May I ask, if you find the other buds, could you talk to my sisters? Oh, and while you're here, how about I enhance your clothes for you? With the powers available to me, I should be able to enhance your clothing a little bit. Ah, yes, the source of much frustration and many hours of grinding in Breath of the Wild. We can enhance our armor. Many levels. And this is gonna be a ton of fun to have to figure out how to do. I'm gonna have to look at a table of how many things all the armor sets in the game require, and I'm gonna have to go from there. The fact that these all require 10 rupees and star fragments, or that all the armor upgrades require 10 rupees is just this is just such highway robbery. I remember Mastro, the guy that freaks out if even the slightest breeze rocks his cart, says Mr. Jason. Yeah, that does. Yeah, he was freaking out when I wanted to make the horse move faster. I don't want to enhance any clothes right now. I want to wait for the level 2 before I think about that. Well, then I'm headed home. We'll meet again. Bye. Plus, I would like to, wait on, getting kissed and fondled by the fairy for as long as I can reasonably stand it. So we have other fairies. One's here. There's one here, which I know we've rescued the, we could actually take off these if I had any stamps for fairies, I can remove those. This last one is over here. I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Coin. Sure, Mr. Jason, what's that? Shoot. I got, like, one thing at a time, Mr. Coin. One thing at a time. Let's do what we came here to do. 103 star fragments. I kid you not. Yay! I love grinding large amounts for armor upgrades. Wait. Where's our horse? I should probably not leave the fairy fountain without that. Oh, did it go? Please tell me this went back to the stable. Please, for the love of Hylia and everything that's holy, please tell me this. The cart went back to the stable and my horse got re-registered. If I gave them my horse that got carried over, Mr. Rasby with that raid. Welcome on in, Rasby and wonderful, and their wonderful viewership. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Good to see everyone. How are you doing, Mr. Rasby? Hopefully well in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. It's just you? No worries. No worries, Mr. Rasby. How did your stream go, if and you don't mind my asking? I didn't even get a chance to look at what the Firebot said was the, last game. I'm gonna trust those of, I'm gonna trust that the streams have been going well for you, good sir. You've come in just in time. We are checking to make sure the game didn't, you know, cheat me out of my horse. And then we're gonna be dealing with the Gloomy Forest. I played the altars. I think I might have heard, snippets about that. How is that game? If and you don't mind my asking, good sir. Please tell me that this horse... Okay, cool. They boarded my horse for me. I was gonna be really upset if they did not get me... if they took my horse from me. Didn't get very far? Didn't get past the point you were in the demo? Ah. Fair. Okay. What sort of game is it? I don't know too much about, the altars. Yes, Kish, I know all about those caves. Well, it's pretty cool. You're like a dude who's stranded and has to clone himself to get workforce. Ah. Narrative city builder and exploration. That sounds fun. The narrative city builder, you know, piques my interest. I play exploratory titles all day long, but the city builder is something that really interests me. You clone yourself by looking at your life so far and tweaking like events. Oh, so there's like a temporal aspect to it too. Like a past and present idea. That's cool. Not too many games are willing to do that. Hello, good sir. What's the Lucky Clover Gazette covering in this edition? What's the news? Oh, there's an update on the Great Fairy Flees into Flower Bud story from earlier. The Great Fairy emerged to appreciate the skill of the stable trotters, much to the relief of the nearby stable. Phew, it sounds like the situation has been resolved now. That's a relief to hear. Maybe I should go and see this Great Fairy for myself. I always read every word of these newspapers. It's amazing how much you can learn about the world just by spending a little time reading. All thanks to the Lucky Clover Gazette. Though it does seem like they're short-staffed. Could I be a journalist? Yeah. I think we're good here. Does anyone have any, like, quests? Other quests? What about you over there, elderly? Oh, do my eyes deceive me, or do you plan on setting out? I take it you're also headed to Goron City. Nope. Raspy says, like, you can create a version of you that failed college and ended up getting a different profession. And that clone has different personality and skills and perks. Oh. That hit a little too close to home. My goodness. So, I'm trying to make sure I've parsed, like, I understand the statement. In the context of the city builder, that is a different personality. So, are you like, do you make a bunch of clones in order to build a city? I just want to make sure I understood that right. Should have maybe used a different example? You're fine. It's just one of those, I read the sentence, the feeling hit me, I expressed the feeling, and it's out with the bathwater. We should be good now. Mr. Jason says the situation affecting the Great Fairy is now stable. Okay, I think by the if I can help it, by tomorrow's stream, I'm gonna have that Titus laugh in, because like that was a joke for sure. But it's one of those, you're very obviously supposed to laugh and go ha-ha at it. I definitely need to get on top of the Titus laugh. It's a good laugh. The scene behind it is very, very comical. Raspy says, so like you were stranded on a planet and the planet is like having radiation issues that are rising, like they're getting worse. Your base is a huge freaking wheel. You have a moving base. You need to clone yourself to get enough resources and stuff to like, right, the altars. That makes sense. And stuff to like escape the radiation. And I suppose you're trying to find a way to get home. That's a neat premise. I worry. I hope that's done tastefully, because I do have people that have dissociative identity disorder, and that does kind of sound like something that people think about with you know, dissociative identity disorder. Like that's the kind of thing that's in media a lot. There's like inaccurate depictions of what living with DID looks like. The voice actor had the voice act a lot. I see. And Raspy says it's done tastelessly. Right, because you don't get to like clone yourself. I realize it's not about DID, right? It's the same person reliving a different timeline for the purposes of escaping some situation to get home. I definitely get that. They're just a striking amount of similarities between that and depictions of dissociative identity disorder in media. Mr. Jason says, with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I wonder how many different ways of grunting that Link's voice actor had to do. Maybe. This may be an odd warning, but do try to watch out for Gorons with strange rocks. Strange rocks. The Gorons are typically so gentle and hardworking, but lately it seems the young ones have stopped working altogether, and some are even playing tricks on travelers. I met one injured traveler who told me that the Gorons in question all carry strange rocks. So if you also plan to go to the city, watch out for Gorons with strange rocks. It's a stable's duty to keep travelers safe, so if you ever find yourself in any trouble, don't be shy about coming to us. Okay, methinks that we're not actually gonna find folks. Maybe we could try talking to these people up here, but I'm almost confident no one's gonna talk to us about the Gloomy Forest. Mr. Resby says, I just meant it can't have taste. I suppose it doesn't do controversial stuff. Fair. One of the first two tests as a voice actor is to voice act a character that is lit on fire. Yeah, how well do you scream and gasp in pain when you're not in a situation when you're not in a situation where you're quite literally wanting to scream and gasp in pain? Yeah. Finally mine. The towing harness of my dreams. Took a while to save up enough pony points for it. So many wild horses registered. So many nights at stables. Raspy says, I scream anyway when playing a co-op game and getting into big danger. Oh, really? Are you animated when you play games, Mr. Raspy? For the streams that I've managed to, come in and see, you're usually quite calm. Raspy says, I don't scream to the bottom of my lungs, but I have the privilege to be able to because of how many walls are in between. I would love to be more animated than I currently am. I live with other people, so I can't exclaim at the top of my lungs, or people definitely hear me more than they already do, because I've got a big booming voice. And these walls have, these walls of sheetrock are not insulated very well. I don't have any of that. But I would love to be able to use the full range of my voice someday, like the full volume of it. I'm pretty good at being quiet. I'm okay at being quiet. But if you don't practice using the boom on your voice, you will lose it. You're quite depressed when playing games with friends. I do be animated, but not on stream. Fair enough. I actually did it on stream when I was playing Watch Dogs Legion and ran to save my character on permadeath suppression mode. Sounds like I should check out the VODs then. I think streaming and making content live is a good way to see facets of people you don't get to see. Well, that VOD is long gone, I bet. Sadness. I guess I'll have to find out after the stream is done. I do have a VOD where I wear a highwayman. If you want to see that. That's what that whole section was right there. It's just me getting absolutely tongue-tied over absolutely nothing. A highwayman mask, if you want to see that. I mean, any clips are worth seeing at least once. But it's all been worth it. Now that I've got this harness, I can tow to my heart's content, but I bet your horse doesn't enjoy towing very much. Hey, you've been stirring for a while now. Something up? I've been listening to you talk, Maypin. What do you think? You wouldn't happen to be jealous of my towing harness, would you? I totally get it. I mean, if you had a harness of your own, your horse could pull a wagon of all kinds of other stuff. Doing business from a wagon's always been a dream of mine. Me being a merchant and all. I trade around Akala to the northeast, so if you ever pass me on the road, definitely give me a shout. Are you trading now? Well, butter my biscuit, says Mr. Raspy. Like my towing harness that much, do you? Then you gotta hit up the stables and build up some pony points of your own. You can earn points by using the stable facilities, handing them new wild horses, then staying the night there. Build up enough points and you'll get your own harness, then you can pull a wagon all day long. Okay, so you're not gonna trade to me if you're here. And hey, spend enough time on the road and I'm sure we'll see each other again. Boy, I'm doing a really bad job at getting to today's object of the thumbnail. Mr. Jason says, speaking of highwaymen, Mr. Coin, there's an old group called Adam and the Ants. Have you heard about that? No, although hearing Adam and the Ants makes me think of Derek Zoolander for some crazy reason. And I don't rightly know why, other than the classic meme that has spawned from that. Mr. Jason says it's a band. Rock, alternative, punk, emo. What are we talking about with that? What kind of music do they play? Or what kind of band are they? Raspy says, but yeah, anyway, how I am. I basically discovered the main reason my life's been shit. Because I keep spending time with people who don't give a shit about me. That is sadness incarnate. That is a foul thing to come to a realization of. But it's important that you do come to that realization at points. Or, you know, you're going to go on in life being miserable. I'm glad you found that realization, even if it is a shitty one. So you're going to spend more time here or with other friends who are closer? I appreciate that. Mr. Jason says, okay, I was going to tell you a joke, but you wouldn't get it without knowing. Yeah, I just don't know what kind of band that is. Your clothes, so coordinated. That face, it's so, narrow and scrunched in a bit. Fabulous. You're clearly well-versed in the ways of fashion. Sorry, my eye for fashion can't help but see what it sees. Are you trying to tell me you're trying to call a tunic a tunic? Is that it? That was supposed to be a joke. That joke wasn't very good, though. That's definitely a sure Jan for sure.
Sure, Jan.
I'm forever tempted by the latest styles. The same is true for my boyfriend. The two of us were going to Goron City to buy their trendy, fire-resistant clothes. You mean the accordion suit? That's usually not very trendy. Not very trendy piece of clothing. But whatever. They're not very trendy clothes. Blah, 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 blah. Raspy says, and essentially I kept trying to do tech and stuff like that for the connection aspect of it without realizing that. Going through the motions and trying to do things for extrinsic reasons, right? Yeah, I get that. But when we were about to arrive, we got tangled up with some Gorons and with strange-looking rocks. I got scared and came back here on my own. If you're going to Goron City, then you should be very careful. This is the second time we have heard about Gorons with strange rocks. Hello there. Going by your clothes, I take it you're not a member of the survey team. You're a traveler, aren't you? Have you by chance seen anything like a new animal species on your travels? Please tell me you have. What do you mean by that, Miss Breen? Oh, guess not then. There's a big rumor spreading around the Stable Association of something I think might be a new animal species. It sounds big and brutal, like a bear, and kind of tusky, like a rhino. But the rumor is that it's not a bear or a rhino. Is it a Dodongo? Is it a bear and a rhino? Is it a dinosaur with bear-like traits? I'm sorry, I had to go there. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, which I'm sure most people here don't, I'm pretty sure it's for Breath of the Wild, but I think there's a version of it that exists for Tears of the Kingdom. Someone managed to make a Dodongo skin. Dodongos are like large dinosaurs. You defeat them by putting bombs in their mouth and hitting them a bunch of times until they're dead. And Dodongos, supposedly, you can ride on their backs. It would be really cool if Dodongos were in this game, quite specifically. But that's me. That's just me. Mr. Jason says, I remember one Tears of the Kingdom stream, Mr. Coin. Someone was pretty new to the game and they were exploring Death Mountain, and I said, with the full Flamebreaker set, you could swim in lava. And they jumped in. Was that was a... Did you say that knowing that they would do that? Or, was that kind of a setup? Did you have to set that up? I think it's a lot more than a rumor, though. There's an actual picture of the animal's footprints at one stable. If you see anything like a new animal species in your travels, please, please, please let me know. Okay, we have looks like one other person to talk to. Are you going to give us any information about the forest, good sir? How's a guy supposed to pick a path to Death Mountain? A trek up a mountain should be a red-hot adventure. If I had a balloon like the one on the other side of the pond, that'd spice things up a bit. Fat chance of that, though. Red-hot? What's that? Did the fiery passion of my monologue catch your ears? You were monologuing to yourself, good sir. Well, red hot is as red hot does, my friend. So a while back, Death Mountain was super active. We're talking full force. I know. I was there. We stopped it. Do you remember that it ended in September? We're talking full force, non-stop, red-hot lava. But now the lava's all cooled down and hardened. It's even, I hate to say it, made a new road that's easy to walk. There's a lot of messages I need to catch back up here. Sounds like some sort of trickery. Yeah, a bit, yeah. But then Jason goes on to say, I didn't think they would try it. Fair. Yeah, that's fair. Mr. Resby says, oh, by the way, here's a very good crypto to invest in. Yeah, and then unwittingly, you find that the person has in fact invested a lot of their hard-earned cash in crypto, and you have no choice but to feel very sad for them, as they then realize what kind of a scam it is. Raspy says, if coin had a crypto, it'd be called coin, or coin stamp, and Jason says, or stamp coin. I suppose, but I got news for everyone. If you're hoping for cryptocurrency, that is not happening. Maybe, I had thought about it, right? But like seriously, but by the same point, it contributes to the environmental damage that our world is experiencing, because you have to go crypto mining and everything, and that uses up electricity, water, and all kinds of other resources. And lots of people have committed all kinds of rug pulls with cryptocurrency. Some celebrities have done that. Hell, even the president of the United States engaged in a crypto rug pull. His current wife engaged in a crypto rug pull, and the president of Argentina engaged in a crypto rug pull. So, they aren't the only people, but they're like the only regular sitting figures of authority in governments that have been known to have done it. If governments start engaging in crypto poll, like seriously, that's gonna make me not want to touch. That is gonna make me not want to touch cryptocurrency with a 10-foot pole. And I already didn't want to touch it with a 3.5-foot pole. I want to be as far away from the stuff as possible. It's a scam. Let's see. Mr. Resby says, all right, what about starting an anarchic society and having stamp coin as currency there? That wouldn't last long. Look, I may be an anarchist, okay? But even I realize that there has to be some order. Or you're going to have people warring with each other for power. No. Anarchic societies still have to have rules, or people will go crazy if given the latitude. No thank you. Mr. Jason says, only if I'm the Godfather. Jason is the Godfather. What, are we gonna get a picture with him with a cigar in his mouth and like a 9mm Glock somewhere nearby? I don't think that's happening. Given where Jason is and everything. Like, given the country he lives in, I should say, but... 'Twould be an interesting picture. Raspy says, I dream of the corporation model to be changed on the 1st of April or permanently, such that Jason is genuinely the Godfather, and make coin the conciliere. I'm not sure. I don't even know what that job description is. I'll have to look that up in a hot minute. And then you go on to say, yeah, it'd be a different kind of gun. It would not be a gun because the UK, aka England, has like very strict gun policies. You're mostly not allowed to have those. In fact, people in the UK are protesting over that and a whole litany of other stuff right now. And people there I know are complaining about gun possession laws for exactly those reasons. But maybe we don't get into sensitive geopolitics for that reason. An ease, my friend, is the opposite of the red-hot lifestyle. Now the route going up Death Mountain from Foothill Stable to the east, on the other hand, that's an old dangerous road absolutely crawling with monsters. That's what I call red-hot. But my muscles aren't exactly ready to take the heat right now, so that makes my decision more complicated. So we've gotten a whole bunch of stuff about the Eldin Mountains, but not anything about the forest. So I think we're just going to have to go to the forest for ourselves and see what's going on, which is fine by me. That's what I wanted to have happen in the first place. Mr. Raspy says that's fair. The Godfather doesn't do the crime himself either. Either way, too true. Too true. In fact, I think was there ever a point in the Godfather franchise where the Godfather did dirty his hands? I don't think so. I don't watch that sort of stuff, but if I did, I would know it like the back of my hand. Maybe that's something I should probably watch. At least a little bit of. I don't want to know. Valid. I really, it's more of a small curiosity. I don't much care to know, to really sincerely know completely about that. It's more of like a passing question. I'm just gonna take these tomatoes and we're gonna keep moving. Mr. Resby says, I only watched the first one. You really want to watch the rest? Fair, fair. Hopefully you do get a chance to see it. I hear they're very good classic movies. Mr. Resby says, I can do a Godfather impression very well. I actually practiced a lot. You have like the full lines and everything. Probably for the exact moment where you could whip that out as a piece of trivia, eh? Like a good old-fashioned party trick. Mr. Jason says, well, the TCC isn't the Mafia. I can and do delegate tasks. Much like the Godfather himself. Let me try refreshing the YouTube chat just to make sure I have not missed anything. I don't think I have. No, I don't think I have. It might be a little bit buggy because of how much of a late start I got. We'll have to see. That is true. Oh, thank God that's a chasm. I was really worried that was going to be, that I was bumping into, some gloom hands, but the music would have changed if that were the case. Mr. Rasby says, at work in my office, I'm like super slow at doing stuff. So at events, I just tell people what to do and delegate tasks, and people keep joking I'm practicing being upper management. I mean, that is what upper management does. Oh, you wanna get barky with me? Huh? Do you, Mr. Evermean? You feeling barky? Sorry. That is a Quest for Camelot reference. Are you serious right now? Man, does every Evermean and it's like mother want to come after me? Is that a third Evermean? No, that was the log making noise is what that was. Or Mr. Rasby goes on to say, or any day that happens to be Friday the 13th, to do Friday the 13th thematic stuff in the TCC, because Jason was that killer. Yeah. Oh, and like the lounges and stuff. Yeah. I guess I'm not as spontaneous. I can't really do impressions to save my life. Most I can do is a southern drawl, and even then it's like very basic. Anybody born in the South with like even a halfway decent Southern family can do this. I'm sorry. I probably just ruined the day for everyone with that right there. I can tell you, I don't like speaking in a Southern drawl for exactly the same reasons. Mr. Rasby says, once after a board game club session, we had to put a lot of stickers on cards, and you were super slow, and 2 people helped you a lot, and I swear, me guiding them and then doing the work looked like some kind of money laundering. Oh, that's not a good look. Rasby says, I'm sure you could pull off a good yeehaw, even if it sounds like you really need to go to the toilet. Yeehaw! I could do that. That's not hard at all. I grew up around people that do that all the time. My family has a lot of country bumpkins in it. We can very easily do stuff like that. Mr. Jason says, as a client, it is Rasby's right to suggest something that, like, oh, I feel like that cut off a little bit. Hold on, let me read. I need to read this word for word. As a client, it is Rasby's right to suggest something that, like, yeah, I feel like that cut off there, but I don't believe that idea would get very far. Oh, it's the type of thing that goes in a lounge for people to read, Mr. Jason. It's not supposed to be something the TCC does itself. That's the way I interpreted that. That something like that. Oh, okay, yep, I get what happened there. But you don't believe that idea would get very far. I mean, yeah, I kind of think that would have been something Rasby would have done of their own volition in like a lounge. But that's just the impression I got. But yeah, I can do the yeehaw. That's an easy one. Dadgummit, that's another one. I can do that one too. Rasby says, you saying your family does speak like that made me picture that you live in some kind of Wild West. Imagine Coin wearing a cowboy hat, riding on a horse to the nearby inn to restock. I mean, I did have do I have a cowboy hat? I had a cowboy hat at one point. I have an old picture of me in a leather jacket with one. Oh, and here it is. The thing in the thumbnail. Welcome to the Lost Woods, everybody. Enjoy. If I find that picture, I'll share it through some means. I'll like put it in like a lounge or something. I don't know what I'll do, like where exactly I'll post that, but yeah, that was certainly a time to be alive. That's for sure. Mr. Jason says, I do wonder what cowboy hat coin would be like. Well, City Slicker, it'd probably be a little something like this, you know, with an actual cowboy hat on. And you know, I'd have to like get a different shirt. Tell me honest, since you two are listening. I'm asking for a bit of perspective. Not a wardrobe change on stream, but like a channel point redemption to like do we call it a costume change. I think that's what that would be, where it's like I'll adopt a different mannerism for a short time. So like the formal clothes and my trilby hat is like my normal mannerism. But if I had a cowboy hat and a good leather jacket and like a halfway decent shirt I could throw on, would that be something interesting? Maybe let that impression be for about 5 minutes? Something like that? Just curious what people think. Mr. Rasby says, oh damn, cool coin arc. Yeah, that was a short-lived... that was a short-lived...
To act against the Empire?
Mr. Shiny did put that pretty eloquently. That would be pretty unthinkable. Also, yes, greetings, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body or in mind. And I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at just in time. After a late start today, we have managed to make our way to the Lost Woods. And we are now going to be investigating and kind of poking around. That would, in fact, be very unthinkable. I don't think we're meant... I'm pretty sure there's nothing we can do about this yet. Rasby says it would be, interesting to say the least. And then they go on to say, I think a redeem for wearing a cowboy hat and or a leather jacket is fine. But if you add the voice change, it might be too much. Aw, man. Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. That would probably be a bit over the top. But you ain't no marshal or preacher. Too true. But redemption to speak like a pirate. That I would have to practice that for a while before I even make the attempt to do any of that, Mr. Shiny. But we were discussing redemption, where we were talking about a time in my life where I did in fact have a cowboy hat and a leather jacket, and my family is like, you know, as we refer to ourselves a lot of the time, a bunch of country rednecks. We do in fact do that. And that got me thinking about, you know, possible channel point redemptions, just to kind of catch you up to speed on what we were talking about, Mr. Shiny, because I know you came in midway on that. Mr. Jason says you can reach the Korok Forest, Mr. Coin, but you have to head into the depths. The Lost Woods is cursed right now. Yeah, I was trying to see if maybe an NPC was nearby to, like, tell me, hey, the woods are cursed. You should not be coming into here, but I don't think I'm gonna get an NPC to tell me anything. Maybe Hestu is somewhere nearby? I'm not 100% sure. I'm trying to like not miss event triggers and stuff is what's going on here. Red coin redemption. Oh, that would certainly be something. I think I think a friend of mine that I share Steam library with has a Red Dead Redemption game. I might be able to convince him to let me borrow the library for that if people ever want to see it. Raspy says, I'd gift you a sub if you had the money on hand. No worries, Mr. Raspy. None whatsoever. You're already a Valkyrie tier member on the coffee page. That is more than enough for me. But I do appreciate the gesture. Wanted coin or alive? The Lost Woods is cursed right now, says Mr. Jason. Mr. Shiny says, as you have probably noticed, the fog looks a whole lot different compared to Breath of the Wild. Yeah, we got a nice, good sky view of it. It's all black and gnarly. It's very cursed. Is there an NPC standing on top of the hill? I want to check for like NPCs talking about this. That's probably, yeah, that's just going to be a regular old Korok seed. Let's not. Mr. Shiny says there is a Korok on the way that mentions the usual passage to the Korok Woods being inaccessible. Is that out by, do you happen to know where that Korok is by chance? Is that going to be like out here? I know it's kind of hard because I don't actually have this spot identified pretty specifically, but I'd love to find that particular Korok so we have some context. If not, I know to go into the depths. I did say in the YouTube description today that we would have to do things out of order here. Mr. Shiny says I'd probably look somewhere near the chasm. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and there is a chasm nearby. I'll look. Thank you. Mr. Jason says, you should consider changing your channel points to red coins. And then when someone redeems it, they have literally done a red coin redemption. Amazing. And that is why Jason is the godfather, says Mr. Raspy. Indeed he is. However, that would be a little bit too close to a Mario Maker content creator, and I'm not one of those. I don't think that would make a lot of sense. But that is funny, and someone should definitely make a currency called red coins and be a Mario Maker or like a Mario franchise content creator. That would be laughably cool. Near a chasm, eh? Well, this would be the correct one. We try looking around all over. Red stamp redemption, coin stamp redemption. I do that all the time when I do bonus streams. As like a little change of pace for like a hot second, I am working on the next couple of Elden Ring Reforged routing videos. Those are expected to be up on Saturday and Sunday this weekend. I know the upload schedule has kind of been irregular with those, but that's just because Minshi Woods Chasm. Now, what I don't know is if it's in the chasm or out of the chasm. Or if we should go to a different spot. Or more on a path between the chasm and the Lost Woods, you guess? That's why we're looking around. I'm sure we'll find them. Gotta actually do the looking around. If not, I can always find, I'm sure I can look that up on a map, if necessary. What was I saying? Oh, right. I plan to mint like 3 to 4 videos and have 2 release on Saturday and Sunday. I've been working on that. Outward is still a work in progress. I'm still sitting down and like fine-tuning the audio because there are sections where my voice is supposed to take on a different characteristic. And editing the equalizers just right with DaVinci Resolve and Audacity is rough going. And you have to be careful not to adjust too many equalizers in both pieces of software, or you're going to sound super auto-tuned for no reason. Mr. Jason says, I love that name, Mr. Coin. Minshi Woods equals Minish Woods. From the Legend of Zelda, the Minish Cap. Yeah, that is a nice callback. Minish Cap's a good, Legend of Zelda title. It's short, it's sweet. The longest you're gonna spend time on is getting the kinstone pieces. That takes a long time. But the actual game itself, if you're only doing minimum kinstone fusions, is not that long. It really, really isn't. I wonder if I could whip out a camera and that would maybe help me find things. It's not a big deal if I can't find this Korok. I can, in fact, just keep things moving. See, I feel like it would be right here, because this is where the fog would be. Oh, are you gonna make me... Is this also gonna be like fog? Are you gonna let me have this before actually entering the woods game? No, no, okay, yes it is. Is that it here? No, it's not. This Korok is really tough to spot. supposed to be along the pathway. I don't want to spend forever on this, though. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the Thyphlo ruins, and we're going to go to the nearest chasm and kind of go from there. Because I don't think that Korok is named, to my knowledge. Because all, like, the Korok NPCs are mostly the same from what I understand. So assuming that one isn't named, I'm not going to be able to search for it on the object map and find it. So, let's get to a chasm and let's get underground. Take a look at what's down there while we're there. This is not the usual order in which we explore regions, but you know, that's kind of the beauty of Tears of the Kingdom, is that it absolutely will throw you a curveball and has zero problems doing that. Once we get into the chasm, we will take a commercial break. I had been meaning to do that for a while, and I thought I would, like, even it out to, I would make sure that the time is even before I just took a break. Oh, also, we should be having our glide armor on. That's going to make this much better. I can't believe we got the full set of that today. That's awesome. Mr. Jason says, I believe that I at least 99%ed the Minish Cat Mr. Coin. And the figurine lottery can go to hell from where it came from. Yeah. That was a rough ride, too. I did eventually get fed up with the figurine lottery and did not 100% the game for that reason. Because there's just so much grinding involved. I know, I'm in a game with more grinding than Minish Cap, but yet I have more tolerance for this game than I do Minish Cap. Which is not even funny. Mr. Shiny says, my last Minish Cap run ended with me missing one random Kinstone fusion you couldn't find. Oh, that's the worst. That is the absolute worst. I hate that with an undying amount of passion. Yeah, I had to use a guide for those. It felt discouraging to say the least. No doubt. Let's get rid of this pin. And we need to find a light route if we want to see in here. Thankfully, we have a lot of inventory to work with. Gotta be careful, we are falling faster than the Bright Bloom seed at the moment. Okay. So, let's start off with our lovely friend, the hover bike. I'm gonna make that hover bike, and we're gonna take a break afterwards. I do want to thank you guys for hanging around with me during these incredibly late hours. I am sorry that the stream was late today by a large margin. I really did not like the fact that there was an internet service provider outage in my area, and like a couple of neighborhoods over had the same issue. Like, none of us enjoyed that, but it still sucked because I did not intend to start stream late today, and it's been late every time this week, and that really sucks. I pride myself on being a punctual person, and when I can't be punctual, I get upset. But honestly, I'm glad I'm just streaming at all. Mr. Shiny says, oh, there is a place Jason has mentioned a lot before, if my memory doesn't fail you. Mr. Jason then said, or goes on to say, sorry, Mr. Jason says, because the previous statement was not Mr. Jason's. I can't remember which one that it was, but I love that one of the chasms is an almost guaranteed chance of a Frox jump scare. Oh, you mean, You mean our lovely friends over here in the Hyrule Moat Chasms? Yeah, this one in particular is like a huge Prox jump scare for us. Oh, Mr. Jason, I'm sure remembers that moment. And I think Mr. Shiny might have been there. No. Oh God, my history is starting to bleed together. I can't remember which one of you was there for that. Where it was like, what the heck was that? What the heck was that? I'm thinking it was you, Mr. Shiny. Yeah, I freaked the hell out for like a good solid like couple of minutes, died, gave a couple of attempts at it, and then did eventually defeat it, but it took a while. You indeed have defeated it on the same stream? Yeah, I didn't think I came back to it much later, like multiple streams later, but I did have to like take a moment and reassess things because we were pretty close when I died, and then I had to take a couple of attempts. I do remember at least that much. Oh, that was a time to be alive, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people. Well, speaking of being alive and well, you know, it is time for us to get up, take a stretch, lean back, and get comfortable as we've got a 3-minute commercial break up ahead. I wish I had the warnings for these, but I'm having to manually run ads today at this hour. Since it's such an unusually late time, I'm going to go ahead and repeat the first shill, and that is, you know, if you guys like this content and hadn't considered doing so already, please do consider subscribing on Twitch, or I'm sorry, subscribing on YouTube, or following on Twitch, and either way, you know, the commercial break will be over before you know it. There'll be a timer up there at the top left-hand corner of the stream, of the video display. Go stretch, go grab a snack, go to the bathroom, do whatever you feel like. Or don't do anything. I'm not your parent. And it'll be over before you know it. Anyway, I am going to go ahead and take that break now. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me up to this point. And I will see you guys after that commercial break. See you then. Nope, that's not correct. Sorry about that, folks. I'm back. I had to go, like, help plate dinner and everything. That ended up being, like, a whole debacle and a half. So sorry about that. Let me catch up on messages here, and we can keep trucking onward. That is going to be the last commercial break, though. Let's see. I do want to eat, because these are cheeseburgers that we plated, but well, I want to give everyone their due on content as well. Let's just try to do things quickly, shall we? Mr. Jason says, I believe that Mr. Coin has marked the wonderful place I've mentioned a lot, Mr. Shiny, the red pin. Yes, I can see that very clearly. The red pin. Oh, we've already read that. all I can tell is that there is a bitch to be rammed there. Ah, yes. And then Mr. Raspy says, Jason, did you give Coin a job? Yes, I got a job. That job was, I need to put on the Majora's Mask when we get it and fight a Lionel, but not actually fight the Lionel, but let our companion hit it. Let a sage hit it and see what happens. Oh no! Is that it is! And what kind of Gleeok is that? That is a freaking King Gleeok! Oh, not that kind of job. That's freaking terrifying! Oh, this also had, like, frick. Okay. I hate to be the bearer of silence for, like, multiple hours. Or not multiple hours, but, like, a good solid 5 minutes. But if we thought that the Frost Gleeoks were bad, the King Gleeok is worse. It usually is. I have a nice little overlay. I will put that up on the screen now, and I will see you guys after that fight. Okay. Barbarian helm, check. Or barbarian set, check. I've got anti-gloom food for this exact purpose. I don't know if I even need another piece of food right now. This attack buff doesn't stack. I do, however, want this thing far and away from where... Oh, there's the beacon of destruction. No. It's a gloom-infused King Gleeok. Okay, I need to whip out a rocket or I'm gonna be running the whole time. Okay, and we need our 3-shot bow. Well, Aelin, if you do happen to be here, if you wanted explosions, you're getting them. Okay, what do I even want here? Probably just like a really solid soldier blade. Alright, get away, get away, get away, get away. Pull out another rock, or do I have a shield with a rocket already on it? I do. I will definitely have to read that after, this fight is finished. Really? There. Got one. That's two. There's three. All right, run. Any more shields with rockets on them? No, we need to drop another one. Oh, it has moved to phase 2. I need to, like... quickly. What? Oh, some of these are straight up just not spawning icicles. Oh, they're getting stuck on the ceiling. Oh, but not that one. Nice. I need to eat quickly or I am dead. Alright, have a taste of this, you silly Gleok. Oh. Okay. Sorry. It's not like that's like a super exhausting thing for me, but King Gleok's, like, I made it look easier than it actually is. If you don't like get the high ground or anything, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble trying to run around and to get a good position on the King Gleok to open fire. Aelin, if you're watching or you watch the VOD later, that one is for you. Let me go back and catch up on chat. So sorry about that. Rasby says, coin writing super fast in chat and talking to the third person, and he thought we wouldn't notice. I really should, like, reinstate a bot and have the bot say that stuff, but with a client job coming up on Saturday, now is probably not a great time for that. I'll just have to try to institute something like that later. Like after the upcoming Sunday. Recipe says, well, I feel demoralized. Ever since I wrote in Wild West earlier in chat, you've searched nonstop for a song and couldn't find it. Ah, the classic. I know what it is. I know what it sounds like, but I don't remember that godforsaken name. I know the feeling. That's always like that's infuriating. It has some lyrics like, you'll never hear the hammer now. You're a dead man if it clicks. That's quite the zinger of a line. And couldn't find it. Mother effing Chat GPT found the song for you. Oh, it found the song. What's the title of said song? Well, let's collect the spoils of our fight. And where is our good friend, the treasure chest? It's like over here. Let us put on the correct gear and not run too far away from our hover bike. What do we get for such a reward? Ooh, the Twilight set. According to legend, this cap was once worn by a hero who battled the monsters of Twilight. For one reason or another, it seems to smell of some beast. It's called Dog Smell Game. Raspy says, oh, it was Pray You'll Never See My Hammer Go Up. You're a dead man if it clicks. The title is Brim, in all caps, Hideaway. That one song made me reinstall Red Dead Redemption 2. I never played it much. You want to try Red Dead Redemption Online again? Wait, there's an online game for that? I thought stuff like that was best in single player. That's interesting to say the least. That's like me finding out that Shin Megami Tensei had an online online mode. Oh, okay, yeah, online mode is different. Yeah, that I could see without much issue. We gotta find some light routes or we're gonna have difficulty navigating around here. You only played online? Raspy says, actually, fun fact. You put in all your in-game money into poker, had $50. Frick. Nice. Love that for me. And you freaking left with 200? I worked so hard for that money, and I felt so great, like, playing well. Unlike Grand Theft Auto, it actually made a difference. You can actually put in significant money. And Red Dead Redemption graphics and movement and stuff is amazing at poker. I can imagine there's really not much going on in a poker game. You just... There are some amazing card games with incredible graphics, and if all you're doing is playing card games that that only require bicycle cards that are well established and well known, no high amount of stylization is required. And yeah, the graphics had better look amazing if you want me to sit down and play poker. You want to play poker IRL at some point? I know how to play some hands very well, and you know the theory of it. I've played it a couple of times. I'm actually pretty blessed with the friend group that I do have. One of my friends that I played tabletop with, when we have the schedule, he has a case full of poker chips from his dad's days in the military, and he brings that over whenever we're, he brings that over during game night sometimes if we're feeling like playing like classic cards or whatever. Okay, that is a light route. Oh, I can literally see that light route. Okay. Interesting. Let me open the map of the depth, because I need to find, like, an shrine. Let me also try maybe putting a pin there and moving toward that. That's going to go over a lot better. It's all right. Like, Texas Hold'em style poker, great. But, I mean, you can only play but so many rounds of that with, like, chips, which are basically bet-like points if you're not playing in a casino. There's only so much of that you could do when the stakes are low. It kind of becomes you're learning about the game more than you're playing the game with actual real stakes in mind. What am I bumping into? Oh, I see what's going on. We actually... Okay, there is a way here. I'm bumping into the wall around that. I actually need to go take this pin out. Sorry, I'll be a little bit more chatty in a second. I need to put some guidance pins so I know where I'm going. We're gonna hit unmarked territory for a bit. And then... maybe something like that. Let's try those 3 guidance pins first. I'm sorry. I'm missing a whole bunch of statements. Raspy says, I have a good poker face unintentionally. I mean, if it's useful, it's useful, right? If you got the shoe, wear it. That's what my folks usually say. If you got the shoe, wear it. And you know right. You can do reads well, and you can do the quick math of it very well. Yeah, better than me. I'm more focused on, like, trying to interpret hands other people have more than my own. Raspy says, I like to believe you were wearing your cowboy hat and leather jacket. Nope, was wearing my usual suit like I am right now. Raspy says, I got a friend with a full-on poker case, but we need the people for it. Yeah, around 4 or 5 people is about what you really need to play a good hand of poker. You need someone to, you know, be the dealer, and then you need, like, at least 3 other people that, like, are interested in poker. I am wanting a large charge so I don't crash. Like that. I guess if it was still summer, I could organize something at home. Fair. Yeah. Poker is one of those things that, like, can be difficult to organize for. I'll grant you that. Raspy says, I wish we could play poker IRL at work for who gets the least amount of work volume. That is a good way to get fired. I mean, unless you watch episodes of MASH or you're in the military, then, you know, poker is like a good way to waste time. Or if you've ever seen the Star Trek episodes with Picard, that's like sometimes those people had poker playing episodes. It's always weird. People say something people cite like some regulations, right? And then, you know, they end up flouting the laws at some later time. Playing poker when asking for a raise for your salary? Imagine if you could do that. You know, stuff like that's probably okay, but where it might take a more interesting turn is, for those that are familiar with the Fallout games, I feel like I'm in my seat, or I'm like sunk into the ground. Nah, my seat's fine. All right. I guess I was just imagining things. Anyway, and I'll comment on that statement in a second, Mr. Raspy. For those that are familiar with the Fallout games, or are familiar with, let me make sure, if I'm going to be writing into that, I want to make sure my metal weapons are intact. Oh, if that's out there, though, that means we could fly around this. Yeah, we can just kind of go around. We don't need to go into that if we don't want to. Probably, hopefully, maybe. Nope. Nope. It's hot, hot, hot. One heart at a time. In the Fallout universe, or like Fallout series, there's like a cluster of vaults that are prepared as like bomb shelters, right? Yeah, so it's like basically I can remove these markers because the pin I'm looking for, the spot I'm looking for is here. This is where I need to be. And I need it on the right map. Thank you. One of the vaults that I think you find in Fallout New Vegas had the whole setup for how the Overseer was determined, or which rules got to stay and which rules that were instituted got to leave, or like which rules were discarded, was based entirely on poker. That was the whole premise, was like, what do you do with people that constantly want to gamble for everything? Relationships, you know, who got the last Nuka-Cola and the old vending machine, just everything settled by poker. The results were less than stellar, unfortunately, as to no one's surprise on that. Aha! Oh, this is like a super down bad forest. The Korok Grove. Look at the, like, that is creepy. Look at that. Just huge smiling face for no reason. in a place that is obviously filled to the brim with, you know, dangerous vitality sapping gloom. That's very ironic. Pretty funny. Mr. Raspy says we both start raising at 25% and I can all in and lose my raise or at most get 50% more. That sounds like you wouldn't be able to play poker to do that for very long, but that's just me personally. You know, I can't imagine a boss actually permitting poker for company shares unless the game was rigged, right? If the house always wins, and so when the house is your employer, you are dead set on winning almost nothing. I don't think... That's a fun theory, but I don't think it would go over well in practice. Raspy says, playing poker with streamers on who streams how many minutes. That sounds awful. Unless Big Blind is like 0.001 or 0.1. In the context of like salary or shares. Yeah. I mean, that's like an incredibly small Big Blind. In the context of how long it would last? Oh, yeah. No, you're right about that. You said it might be really short. Yeah, it definitely would be. It definitely would be. I do not think that would last long at all. Let's see. Let's go ahead and eat this. Kind of like regain our footing. We don't need to discover all the light roots during our first pass, but discovering all of them here in the grove would be very helpful. So we should do at least that. Kind of go from there. There's that light root, and there's the one up there near that column that we should definitely check out last. Raspy says, fun fact, you actually had a royal flush once in your life? Ooh, I hear the odds for that are really low. Nice, nice. The most I ever got was like a straight, or like I think I've gotten a flush before, but not like a royal flush. Never that lucky. 4 of a kind, pretty rare. I've only gotten 4 of a kind maybe like 10 times in my life. Flush and straight is common. Ooh, I might be bungling some memories there. 4 of a kind is the biggest of those, at least. Yeah, I can count on my hands the number of times I've gotten a 4 of a kind. Maybe, yeah, I might be thinking... I might be fuddling, like the number of times I've gotten a straight before, in poker. Gotta be real careful with those words these days, because the meaning of them has changed a lot. Recipe says, I don't know, in my matches I always play around flush and straight and full house. You have some lucky people then, because I gotta tell you, sometimes amongst the friend group when I have played poker, none of us could cobble together like a 3 of a kind. It's so there are matches where literally people just have nothing. I'm trying so hard to recall specific instances of that. Raspy says, I play many hands, but you can have many hands of just pairs. Yeah, that's usually quite common with us too. Like having one pair is, and a one pair is pretty likely. In my own limited anecdotal experience, usually the pairs I get are low value pairs, so 2s or 4s. Or an occasional 7, but I usually don't. I get a surprisingly low quantity of face pairs when I'm playing poker. Raspy says, man, the scariest board is when I see a pair on the table because it opens up so much stuff. You can have 3 of a kind, a full house, and even if you have a full house, you can have a smaller one. Right. Right, like that can mask up a lot of stuff. Yeah. Then again, maybe we're all bad. Maybe my friend group consists of a bunch of bad dealers, with the exception of my own sibling. My sibling is really good at riffle shuffling cards. I'm not. I'm better at mash shuffling cards, which mash shuffling is better for, you know, non-bicycle card games where you need to care about the what the card says on the front more than anything. Rasby says, I'm good at telling other people to shuffle cards for me. Kappa. Here's a curiosity question just for those that are tuned in. You know, what kind of shuffling can you do? There's the pile shuffling. There's pile shuffling, mash shuffling, the rifle shuffling, or riffle shuffling, excuse me. Let's go ahead and grab this light root before I forget. And I think most shuffling techniques are just like extensions of those three things. Is the pile shuffle, the mash shuffle, and the riffle shuffling. I am bad at riffle shuffling. I cannot do that. Everybody can do pile shuffling. Not too many people can do riffle shuffling or mash shuffling. Those take work. Raspy says, jokes aside, I can't shuffle cards and actually do that. Fair. I used to be a person that did that, and in cases where I have to riffle shuffle, I still do that because I can't riffle shuffle. But I can mash shuffle. Give me a deck with some card sleeves on it. I'll riffle shuffle all day until it's perfect. Raspy says, at board games, you distribute shuffling demands across everyone, so it takes the least amount of time possible. I do try to do that, especially in cases where the order of who's shuffling doesn't matter, right? But in lots of cases in games where I do have to ask people to shuffle, there's usually like a predetermined person who's supposed to shuffle. But if that determination is not important, then I think if everyone's about equally good, I'll go ahead and, you know, just distribute that around. But I try to focus on one person for the shuffles, unless they say, hey, my arms are my hands are really achy, I can't do that right now. SB says, well, actually F that. I just give it to the master shuffler. See, there we go. That's the logic. Where everyone shuffles their own if he's missing. Yup. And you just deal with you deal with the shitty shuffling, right? Raspy says, you can GPT shuffle. Ask GPT to tell you which position to be for each card to be in. Practice this a few hundred hours to get very fast at it. God, I could see people GPT shuffling. I mean, or like literally pulling out the phone to have the phone tell them where the hell to put each card. I could see that. Or host your own LLM for it. Yeah. My friend group has talked about pooling together some money for a card shuffler, like a device that does that. It's just a grove full of Koroks with no context added. I guess let's go up and see the wild, wacky world that awaits us in here. Raspy says I can run LLMs locally, but man, are they terrible for anything not simple. I can imagine. But you can't ask it in simple words to do stuff like change the light in my room. Could... Oh, sorry. Could not be me. Nah. Yeah, I couldn't even run an I wouldn't even think about that. Gloomy Forest. We're here, everybody. After 4 hours, We have made it to the Great Deku Tree, and boy, what a sight it is! Oh God, he looks just so out of place. He looks so unhappy and so unhealthy. Deku Tree, Great Spirit of the Korok Forest. Yeah, that is boring. Sorry, that was a yawn of tiredness, not boredom. So sorry about that. I feel a sneeze. Okay. Sorry about that. God, I hate sneezing. I wish it didn't hurt when I sneeze. I feel like I pulled my left arm doing that. Ooh. Rasby says, I have a 3070 8GB VRAM. Ah, yeah, that'll do it. That's at least good for a local LLM, I suppose. Rasby says, I might have said it before, but for some reason you can prevent sneezes. If I really need to prevent a sneeze, I'll do like the usual, how now, brown cow, or something along those lines. Or do something to like cause my nasal passages and sinuses to like move in weird ways to try to like prevent the sneeze. But sometimes I can feel a sneeze coming on, and it takes me like less than half a second to start sneezing. Like I literally have zero time to react to that. Raspy says, I'm prepared to full sneeze, and you do the wind up and it just goes away as you're aware of it. Because the nasal passage moved, and whatever was making you sneeze isn't making you sneeze right that second. Boy, oh boy, biology is great. Oh my. Yeah, this place is super dour. Why don't we get the shrine activated, and then we'll kind of take a look around. Oh, really? I thought it's my brain body awareness. I mean, that might be part of it too. Like, sometimes you can mind over matter your sneezes. But I know for me... Raspy says this prevention only works if I don't try to stop it. If I try to stop it intentionally, it doesn't work. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Oh, no. Let's see if we can't talk to Mr. Deku Tree over here. My stomach is not well. Okay, well, let's see what ails you. I get the feeling we're gonna need our handy dandy barbarian set here for this. All right, come on, let's get to it. That's gonna probably be right here. Yeah. Raspy says it's mind over matter, but it's more like body over body, because I just provide my body awareness and it decides that it ought not to sneeze, and it stops. So maybe something at the subconscious level for sure. Raspy says, I don't think don't sneeze. These are the physical sensations I'm feeling right now. No specific reason for displaying it. Yeah, like there is definitely clearly something subconscious you're doing, and we may not be able to touch upon what that is. More than anything, it just does so by itself. Yep. Deku Tree Chasm. Weren't we... Hold on a second. We were at the Grove, but we should have been able to go here before. Oh, is this like an internal area? Ah, man, you really got quite the gloom in your stomach. Ugh, grody. I feel like oh, yep. Okay, this is another instance where we are definitely going to be bossing it up. So I'm going to put the overlay on the screen again, but I do want to read stuff before we do that. Rasby says, I'm happy for it. Fair enough. It's funny in the office because I have a big wind-up and then just don't do it. It's very nice because, as you said earlier, yeah, you can pull muscles when you sneeze. I always try to relax and tense only a little bit. Maybe that's my problem, is I'm tensing up as I sneeze, so I don't go, like, pull a neck muscle, but I also don't pull other muscles. Yeah, I pull them all the time. All the time. I pull my lower back a lot when I sneeze. Or like my mid back, not my lower back, my mid back when I sneeze a lot. Or I'll pull a shoulder. That's like really common. Sometimes I'll pull an arm, or I've even like pulled muscles around my elbow before because I've sneezed. It's really painful. Let's see. Resby says, completely relaxed will flinch your head and it hurts a lot. Resby says, tensing too much will pull muscles. There's a Goldilocks spot for tensing, and you let it go. You don't try to stop it, and move your body as you demand to do it, as it demands you to. Yeah. Usually I'm in company when that happens, so I can't just do that. But like I think I know the basic biology behind it. Like if you're moving as is demanded by, having expelling such a high force from your body, you're not as likely to pull something. Standing sneezes, I don't pull. Usually it's the sitting sneezes. It's not the standing sneeze. I do move with those. It's the sitting sneezes that are particularly bad. Where it's like, yeah, I'll pull muscle in my back or something. That might be worth a video later. You also want to focus on the altars? Valid. And speaking of focusing, I suppose it's time for me to focus as well, eh? Well, guys, you know the drill. Phase 1's probably not going to be that bad, like the hands, but Phantom Ganon is going to take a lot of focus. So, wait, how long will be the stream? Probably, let's see, so I'll at least go until after the Deku Tree, stops talking to me. Because it's also late and want to wind down. Totally fair. However long it takes me to defeat Phantom Ganon, and then however long the conversation lasts. Let's make it semi-conservative and say maybe 15-20 minutes. That's probably about how long, because the Great Deku Tree is probably going to give me a scene. So about 37 American Eagles? Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's start counting them Eagles, shall we? I'm going to put the overlay on and get to work. Aelin, if you're watching the VOD later, here's some more ramming for you. This one's special, not really. Gotcha. Let me switch to a shield with peering properties. Oh, not good. Yep, sure. That's too early. Still too early. I'm trying to parry, but what I really should be doing is setting up a flurry rush. So about 37 American eagles and 2 feathers? Yes, sir. Sounds about right. I'd say we probably counted up about five of them eagles so far. Rasby says, "All right, good night." Very well, good sir. Rest well and be well. And you know, I'll see you. I'll see you at some point in the future. Hopefully sooner rather than later. And with that, we're gonna tend to this conversation. You did it. Thank you so much, Mr. Hero. The great Deku Tree is waiting for you in Korok Forest. You're gonna make me... Yeah, because I want his drops. Now, that was the dude's stomach. We're gonna travel here, and we're probably gonna have a cutscene. Probably. Let me see if I remember my camera cutout hotkey. Oh, it is 2. Okay. Hello, Hestu. Nice to see you again. It's you. We meet again. It's been a while, huh? I finally made it home to Korok Forest. The Koroks told me the icky stuff floating in the air was making things weird around here. I'm so happy it's gone and that everyone is better now. Shakakala. You collected so many Korok seeds. You know what that means? My maracas are super happy now. Shaky, shaky, shakity. Your pouch is as big as it's gonna get at this point. If you like it, you should look for the rest of the Korok seeds. If you manage to find them all, come let me know, okay? I'm gonna shit in your bag when you do. That's totally not gonna be how it pans out. It's gonna give me a clump of the good old brown stuff. Oh, wait, I forgot. Korok crap is gold. Ah, so it is you. I must apologize. I am still quite groggy, as though I'm awakening from a bad dream. You rid me of that unpleasantness deep within me. Yes, you went to great trouble to restore me. Thank you. It has been some time since last we spoke. Have you been well? Yes, the last time we spoke. That was when you came here with the princess to retrieve the Master Sword.
It is good to see you, Princess Zelda of Hyrule, and Link, Keeper of the Master Sword. Your blade has been fully restored. Go on then, Link. Draw it once more.
Deku Tree, thank you so much.
There is no need for thanks. I merely watched over its renewal.
It is amazing that a sword can heal itself, no matter how badly damaged it becomes.
It can do more than heal. The sword will continue to gain strength if bathed in sacred power. The stronger that power, the more powerful the sword becomes. The potential of this fabled blade may well be limitless. Truly the work of a goddess.
A sword that grows ever stronger. The Master Sword.
But the sword, it would seem that you no longer wield it. Where has it gone? What is this then? Do you not know where the Master Sword is? I see, yet I can sense it even now. There can be no mistake. The Master Sword's plot armor. What? It's here. In the sky, I feel the Master Sword's presence strongly in this area. But what could this mean? The Master Sword seems to be moving. You may need to be resourceful to reach the sword, but you must find a way. Surely the Master Sword is awaiting you, just as you were seeking it. The Deku Tree's profile, a great tree spirit who has long stood vigil over Korok Forest and the sword that seals the darkness. An old friend of Princess Zelda and Link, he gently guided their efforts against the calamity. To the Koroks living in the forest, he is both a father figure and a home. We will have many more things to discover. The Master Sword's power. This is the first memory. Link recovers the Master Sword in the Lost Woods after it's been restored. Zelda is astonished to learn from the Deku Tree that the Master Sword will become even stronger when flooded with sacred power. There are lots of things going on. Is there a chasm here? Not really. Just this giant hole in where the Deku Tree is. Along with a bunch of stuff still on offer. Lots of amazing things on offer, including bright bloom seeds and arrows if we want them. I was gonna purchase some arrows back in Lookout Landing, good God. But we're gonna have so many things to do in the next episode, it's not even funny. We got a ton of stuff to do. But I think that's going to do it for today's episode, everybody. I'm so sorry for how late it ran and, you know, how late of a start we got and everything. This week has not been normal. It has been anything but normal. I'm not giving up. I'm still making content. I'm still streaming. That hasn't changed. It's just been a struggle for these, like, just due to like client jobs happening at weird intervals and all kinds of crazy stuff. That's life. That's how life is. My name is Coin Stamp, everybody. Most people call me Coin. Again, that I'm like the change in your pocket. The coinage may come and go, but the prosperity that it brings never leaves. You guys are welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves out there. We'll be back again tomorrow to do some more of this. And hopefully, you know, work on quests in the Great Forest and maybe get those dastardly Korok seeds, among other things. Do take care of yourselves out there. I truly do mean that. You guys have been awesome. And with that, my lovely senators and inductees, goodbye.